Okay. Hello, chat. Can someone hear me? Is the voice volume clear? Some feedback would be nice. Hey Taser, kann man mich gut hören? Kannst du mir gerade im Chat antworten, ob die Audio Balance nice ist, ob das funktioniert? Hi Panda, bist bisschen leise. Damit kann ich auch arbeiten. Ist es so besser? Ich habe die Lautstärke etwas mehr Richtung Party-Chat jetzt gestellt. Jupp, wunderbar. Noch ein bisschen Zeit, 10 Minuten. Bis dahin mache ich das ja ganz entspannt auf Deutsch weiter und wenn der Stint nachher losgehen wird, dann werde ich dann aber wieder auf Englisch rum switchen. Ah ja, ich sehe gerade, Taser, du bist auch im Rennen. Hier, euer Auto, der Audi, gefällt mir sehr gut. Also ihr habt da ja ganz schön viel Aufwand drum gemacht, bis ihr den enthüllt habt. Ähm, sehr, sehr lange, viel Aufwand, viel Show, aber gefällt mir sehr gut. Ist gut geworden. Ja, Panda, du fährst auch. Viel Glück für dich. Der Mercedes gefällt mir auch ganz gut. Ich glaube, der ist auch, ehrlicherweise gesagt, kopiert. Also, das war jetzt keine Eigenkreation. Super Auto. Ich habe das Auto live gesehen, hat mir mega gut gefallen. Dann haben wir noch Bud Spencer. Finde ich auch die Lackierung super mit der Uhr an der Seite. Paul. Unsere Holländer sind immer gut unterwegs, lackiert. Kuh hat sich wieder Mühe gegeben. Ach, wie immer. Alle super, die Autos. Ja, hört man sehr gern. 15 Stunden Arbeit, ja, das glaube ich dir. Da gehen ganz schnell so viele Stunden rein, gerade wenn man ein Konzept anfängt und dann nochmal überarbeitet, wieder von neu aufhängt, sammeln sich die Stunden und ja, ist ja zu sehen, das ist sehr detailliert. Und wenn es passen soll, dann dauert das so. Bitte nicht abschießen, Turn. Also, ja, Jungs, es ist ein 3 Stunden Langstreckenrennen. Und das sind nur 3 Stunden von 24 Stunden, also lasst euch gegenseitig leben. Ihr könnt natürlich alles riskieren in Turn 1 und dann mit Schaden noch 7,5 Minuten weiter rumgurken und habt danach nach 8 Minuten schon eine Minute Rückstand, weil ihr Schaden habt und an der Box gewesen seid. Das bringt keinen was. Also lasst euch am Leben. Wegen privaten Sachen war ich ein bisschen unterwegs, hab den Anfang von Stint 1 aber gesehen und da waren die Jungs zu Beginn der Nordschleife beim Schwedenkreuz und Arenberg so drauf verbissen, da jetzt noch eine Position gut zu machen. dass sie sich da gegenseitig selber rausgeschoben haben und ich glaube, in der ersten Runde hatten 3 Leute Schaden, also das muss alles nicht sein. Ja, hast du auch gesehen beim echten Fenster, ja. Ich fand's super und wenn es geht, will ich auch wieder beim nächsten Jahr mit dabei sein. Ja, konzentriere dich aufs Rennen, bleib entspannt, fahr deine Runden. Es ist nicht so wichtig, was die anderen um dich herum machen. Das ist die Hauptsache. Kühlen Kopf bewahren. Taser für dich auch. Viel Erfolg, bleib cool. Hauptsache Nase sauber halten, sich nicht involvieren lassen und dann läuft das schon von ganz von alleine. Okay, check nochmal Discord. Das sieht alles ganz ruhig aus. Okay, dann kurze Pause. Gönne ich mir selber noch und dann 5 Minuten vorher mach ich dann auf Englisch weiter. Viel Glück auf jeden Fall, Jungs. Okay. So, formally, welcome from me, your streamer commentator for the Stint. I'm Charles, and we're watching a digital Nürburgring series. 24-hour after Nürburgring, the second lobby, and we are in Stint 4. If you look at the title of the video of the stream, it says Stint 4 to 6. That's because I'm a madman and definitely have no self-value, so I volunteered for 3 stints in a row. So you have to bother with me for quite some time. I think if everything works out, I am doing this here for 10 hours. So you better get used to me. So where are we? Unfortunately, this second lobby has been quite bumpy so far. We had a lobby crash in Stint 1, restarted the whole thing, went back on track. Then Stint 2 ran smoothly, but unfortunately with around half an hour to go, the third lobby crashed as well, and with the time loss we had from the first disconnect, plus and that's the main reason, because we had only 30 minutes to go in the lobby anyway, the lobby was not continued, so we're back on time schedule, but yeah, lost unfortunately some time during the event that we did not race. Yeah, just have fingers crossed that everything works out now. see we are 16 people in chat, so shout out to you crazy son of a bitches for being here at midnight. Appreciate everyone that's around, every message in chat. And yeah, it's a bit sad that we're only 8 cars left in this event, but hopefully it's a fun race still with a good time. So just inform drivers, most importantly Zero Haku, who is the lobby host. It's 2 minutes, so we start. See what's the best camera setting. This is obviously inboard. It's nicely lit from the driver's point of view. From the car, it's roof cam back, and that's the outside view. I think that's the view I will not use too much because you can hardly see the thing. You mostly see the lights of the car pointing at you. Let's see. I think we can be a bit creative here. Okay, 30 seconds. And let's annoy them again with where's pre-race? Have a good race. Okay. Cool. Go. I think that's quite self-explanatory. So, well done. Let's jump to the front. I hope you're ready, because Stint 4 is going to start. Midnight IRL and midnight on track. The night stints have officially started, and Kickmac is leading this field in this 3-hour stint. Off to a good one, hopefully. The race is underway. Cool immediately jumps into the slipstream, but Kickmac from pole has a nice lead. Then the second position is threatened. Duracell here with quite the dive, and Cool got a bit locked there. Couldn't go anywhere and lost the position as well to Paul. Nothing much, I think. He could do. Paul hold his third position. No, improve from 4th to 3rd. And our player, I didn't thought that was completely fair. Dived and pushed Ku wide, who is now under pressure because of that from Bud Spencer, who's looking on the inside. And Ku has to give that position as well. So I think Ku didn't do anything wrong really. It was a standing start, so nothing on his fault, but then very aggressive driving. Not quite unfair, but aggressive. And now Ku is looking to take one position back, is on the outside here on at Ellbogen, but Spencer has someone on the inside. Taser played that out beautiful. Now Taser is for the outside here on Warsteiner corner and got that position. So Ku unfortunately down one more position has Drunken Panda behind. Yeah, indeed, that is a 24-hour race. Unfortunately, Gran Turismo was a bit limited, and if I say bit, I mean quite a lot. So we drive those stints in 3 hours, so 3 hours, then we start again, 3 hours, then we start again, and every time we collect the gaps, so it is one connected race. But in the meantime, Ku got one position back, Panda as well, and Duracell lost out quite a bit. Was in second position, now he's in P8. Yeah, Rabbit, when it's your first time, I hope you enjoy it. Have a good time. Yeah, as I said, this is the second lobby we have. 1 week earlier we did the same event, the first lobby. We had so many registrations that we did 2 lobbies on 2 weekends. So, yeah. I'm not sure if you are already on our Discord. If not, !Discord, then can jump onto the servers, get more information, and you can also race with us. I think the first week of October is the qualifying, and the second weekend in October is the next race in our other series. That's the WEC series. They will race with the hypercar and Group 3 cars you can see here. A 6-hour race at Interlagos. So bit of a breather after 24-hour races. 6 hours is our shortest distance. And here we see Paul through Adenauer Force approaching Metzgersfeld, pushing Kickmack. They're already lifting off here. Feels a bit quicker. Then we have quite the gap already of 11 seconds. Our player is in P3. God has Bud Spencer directly behind him. Duracell fought himself back into P5. 1 second behind, but now he got it all wrong. But he fought back, got the car somehow without losing any time. That was impressive. Nice group of cars here. Cool. Bit of a gap, then Panda, and then Taser, and Panda unfortunately with damage, so we focus on Dispel here. That's interesting. 3 into 1, that can't go well, and it didn't go well. Okay, let's recap that a bit. I think our player got the line wrong, and Bud Spencer had to slow down quite a lot. Oh no, come on. So Duracell pushed them wide. I think there was quite a contact, and but our player survived until that corner, and now he should have damage as well. So Duracell couldn't avoid contact once. Now got 3rd position gifted, and Ku is back in P4. Held his nose clean and got that position. Is now in the slipstream. This part is all uphill. The slipstream is very effective here. Small dip, now approaching Klostertal. And Kesselchen, you can see the sign there. Kobe is approaching. So yeah, bravery is needed, but going side by side into that corner is not brave. That's just plain stupid, to be honest, because there's only one line and it's not worth the risk. Chaser them all. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, unfortunately he got some damage. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sven. I think it looked really weird, like our player got the corner entry wrong and had to slow down even more than you usually have to do for that corner, and but had to react for that and slowed down even more. So who was it? P3 Duracell couldn't react to that and just bumped him because they basically stood still quite a while. Yeah, felt like a racing incident to me, but he's making progress. Got P4 from Ku, Ku did a mistake on the entry of Brünnchen. It's a double apex corner, and at some point you're around the middle of the track, so there's quite some room on the inside. But Ku had a mistake and was wide, so but basically drove the racing line a bit tighter maybe and squeezed themselves through. There was some contact, but nothing too big, and definitely within racing standards. So very well made maneuver. Saw that and took brilliantly advantage of that. So go to front. We have Paul in the lead. Then we have 5 seconds of nothing until Kickmack is approaching. So you're finally done. I think on one hand side that's quite a relief, because 3 hour stints are challenging. On the other hand, it's not anymore on your hand, and it's okay, what's my teammates going to do? You were in both lobbies that crashed. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, I said it before. I just hope we're done with technical issues and everything runs smooth from this onwards. So Paul leads the field. P1, Kickmack, second position. Oh, then a lot happened here. Ku in third position. He used to be in fifth, but Spencer visits the pits. He's going to repair the damage. Then we have Duracell. He was in third position before Flansgarten won, and now he's in P4 because we made one position up during the pits. Not sure what happened there, how he lost 2 positions and around 10 seconds to Ku without picking any damage, but he's going, that's the most important part. Then we have to sort something out. Our player is now new in P5 for Eric's. He's continuing to drive despite the damage. Then we have Bud Spencer. Chat, look at that. The tires are completely fresh. The car has no fuel usage, but has damage. So I think Bud Spencer went in, changed tires, refueled the car, but didn't repair the damage. If you look, the front bumper and the right tire is damaged. The only place you could pick up damage so far on this lap would be turn 2, the barrier. But that would be the left, not the right side, so I'm pretty sure Bud went into the pit lane, but didn't repair the car. That would be, well, not a disaster, but that hurts. Thank you for the services. He has a Taser 2 seconds behind. And we have Drunken Panda. Oh yeah, that looked very drunk on the exit on the Warsteiner corner. Got it a bit wrong, but caught the car. So it seems like that field is already spread out quite a bit. So where's the best battle? I think here we go on board the Audi and Taser. Taser with R2, that's usually done in the Vidol chicane, that's the chicane on the GP loop shortly before you go onto the Nordschleife. I use that on board to explain a bit of the track. Nice jump here now, Flugplatz. Sven He pushed the stop fuel button and this moment goes to stop the car. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to do with it. If he's going to deal with it or pit again. It sucks, but I think the best option is pit again. Because you're losing, let's say, 40 seconds. But if you lose more than 10 seconds on that because of the damage, which is realistic, it is the better thing to do anyway. So through Fuchsler, now we are at Adenauer Forst. Very high curbs here. You can attack them, but you also have to be careful not to lose traction. This one we see it's downhill, very quick corner. Track limits are tricky here. If you're going a bit off, you lose all the grip, and because you have to brake immediately after the corner ends, you usually just run straight into the barrier. Now the famous miss hit miss. In this case, miss miss miss. Went a bit hard. There's Ivan's slowest corner. Yeah, we saw it around 80 kph. Now accelerating out again. We are approaching X-Mühle. And it's closing also in on guard. You can see it very uphill. All the weight is in the rear, then the track flattens up a bit, and the rear is becoming a bit lighter. Traction is very important. The straight is quite long. Bergwerk, late apex corner, and this is so important. You can find so much time here by protecting this corner because it's such a long, flat out section now. Approaching, yeah, flashing lights, letting him know, and yeah, but Spencer is not fighting that at all. Lifting off for Klostertal. Oh, I think he was still there. Now move over and taser at the corner. Yeah, just get it right. He does, and that's a place taken. And yeah, that was, ladies and gentlemen, smart driving from Bud Spencer. He was aware that with the damage, he's not really in competition with Taser at the moment. He was aware that he is losing time, so it was very clever to let him go, not to risk anything. Yeah, normal people like you and me, they aren't pro sims in this thing. In DAS we have a handful of drivers that are, I would say, close to that level. I think one driver who used to be or is a somewhat professional sim racer. Yeah, as I said, maybe a handful of drivers that are very close to that level, but in general it's just normal drivers like you and me. So yeah, there's no special ranks, abilities needed. If you want to drive, hop in and drive. Obviously an endurance race is always a big commitment, so we expect a certain level of taking things seriously, to be reliable and especially fair on track. Our 24-hour races are obviously the longest races we have, so you have to commit to that as well. Bud is surprising me, and our player has damaged. So Bud lost some ground, but found fresh wind and is doing a very strong pace. Taser is not driving away, and our player has damage, so we probably will see him in the pit lane soon. Taser has a half-second time penalty, so we will lose that 6th place right now. He's in the slipstream, about to overtake, but the line's approaching now, and he breaks down quite a bit. But he's still looking strong. Let's jump to Taser. He might get to overtake him, our player, with the slipstream. Flashing light. I think that's not unsportsmanlike. I think that was just an flashing light. Hey, here I am. I'm going to overtake you now, so that the other driver is aware. So Duracell has to pit with damage as well. Taser. Our player also stays out with damage, and Bot is going in. So we have a new follower, Live Racing TV, and it's supporting RPFT. Go, go, go. Yeah, thanks for the... Yeah, no worries. Love to share. Duracell, really like that livery. That's very cool. Unfortunately, it's not bringing them the best of luck at the moment. He's out of track again, but Spencer on track again, and we have Panda approaching the pit now. So, in the front we have Paul, I wouldn't say dominating, that's very close. Half a minute already of a gap, and fastest lap time of 8:06.6. That's a strong lap time, especially for the second lobby. Again, for your information, we have this many registrations that we had a first lobby with the fastest teams, and then a second lobby, this lobby 1 week later, with the slower teams. And seeing an 8:06 here is quite impressive. And we have Kickback, who is now approaching Flugplatz on 8:28. So there must have been some problem. I don't think that this is the true pace at all. Yeah, luckily for him, no damage, so he can continue. We have Ku, half-second time penalty for him, but going strong. Didn't have the easy start into the race. Start from P2, was attacked quite hard and out of rhythm, and lost one position after another because the rhythm was always wrong. But he fought back, and now he's in third position. Great stuff. Taser coming back through the ranks as well. And then we have our player, who is continuing with the damage. Duracell was in the pits and now back out in 6th position. And Bud Spencer with damage. And there's some more on Flugplatz. Nice out again. So we know Flugplatz, double apex corner, and you need to hit the second part, and he was, I think, just too quick into that corner. I see it. Luckily for him, he hit the barriers in a way that he only did it with the parts that were already damaged, so no new additional damage for him. So that was quite smart. And in 8th position we have Darwin Panda. Panda had to pit, unfortunately, again. So the Don team is in 8th position. A knockback. Supporting Taser and Panda. Yeah. Hope luck will turn for Panda. Didn't have the best start, but now maybe is going to find a rhythm. And yeah, you spotted Taser. Taser without damage in 4th position is extending the gap to our player, and half a minute down on Ku. So we have to see what the pace is going to be like. Maybe they are faster and reach Ku on their own. The gap is shrinking slightly, and then obviously we have to consider what's going to happen with the strategy. We are going to drive 22 full laps. If they're quick, they're going to start the 23rd lap, but will not finish it. And maybe we'll only see 21 complete laps. Bit difficult to judge. Usually 24-hour race of the Nürburgring is the timer runs down from 24 hours to 0. Then everyone finishes the line, it doesn't matter until the leader does it. And when the leader crosses the line, the race will be ended with the checkered flag. In this game we have the 3-hour mark. As soon as any car, not the leader, is crossing the line, after that the race is finished and a timer runs down. That is set to 180 seconds, 3 minutes. And when that timer is completely run down, then the race is finished for all. So given the track, you see 8 minutes the lap time and 3 minutes at best after the timer runs out and driver runs over the line. It is very likely that you will finish the race, the stint, somewhere on the track, but not by seeing the checkout, unfortunately. It is what it is, and we have to work around it, so make the best of it. Taser and Ku with very similar pace. The gap stays around 36 seconds at the moment. And let's see strategy. Paul, I'd say 30 liters of fuel left. And given the situations with the tires, I think he's rather going to pit in this lap at the end of lap 4 than continuing. If we look at Kickmack, who has saved more fuel, has better tire situations, maybe he's going to extend and is doing a 5-lapper before he's going to pit. Lap time wise, that looks now better as well. Did a 8:15. Yeah, that's what I thought. The 8:28 on lap 2 was not the real pace. Again with a half a second time penalty. How's that happening? He burned that penalty on the Nürburgring, but has already another time penalty. I have to ask him that question later. Anyway, Ku with an 8:16. This is a very strong lap time for Ku. I practiced for the race a lot with him, and he did many times in the very high 10s, low 20s, and he got consistent lap times with a 17 and 18, but it seems like that he found even more time now. But picked up another time penalty. Schumacher has, if you go too wide, the game punishes you. And that invites Taser, who's now in the Goodyear Kehre, to build up some ground. 1 second on the touching her will lose quite the momentum. The taser will come a bit closer. Our player continuing to stay out with his strategy, despite the damage he's continuing. And Duracell will definitely get him this lap. Where but Spencer in the pit lane, and where's Panda? Here is the Mercedes. And in front, the Toyota Supra. Oh no, please catch it. Yeah, luckily no damage. So I think Panda was a bit eager to get the car in front. That was close. And too early on the throttle and just spun the car around. Luckily, no damage. So go with Duracell. Our player is 10 seconds in front but has damage, so we see the gap is going down. It used to be 11 seconds, now 10.9, 10.8. The gap is going to come down, and expecting no mistake in this lap, I think we will see a change in position. Very fast into the corner. Oh, there was a lot of curb, Oh, that was a moment. This part of the track is quite intense. There's a given line, and you have to follow that through the S corners. The curbs are quite high too, so if you mess that up, the car gets unsettled. You can't brake. In a way, the barrier is very close, so that was the reason I was so nervous. Plus, we saw the mistake from Spencer here, and Duracell is quite widely here as well, but just holds it on the track. Downhill, the cars reach around 270 kph. Between coils, the lift. Then we have the end of the curbing, that's your braking marker before you hit it Hardenberg, Postbrücke, and now down towards Fuchsröhre. Compression. And are now forced. I think that's a really challenging part. We have fast and flowing corners, but everyone with a rather late apex, so it's a bit technical as well. Not easy to get right. First, definitely finding some ground to our player. It's now around 7 seconds. Again, hopefully this time right, we'll see miss, hit, miss. Miss, hit, and miss. Yeah, it was quite okay. Not really smooth. Oh no, I shouldn't have said anything. Duracell forbears, I think, with another mistake. And unfortunately, with Dirty has another. That's unfortunate. Yeah, there's Ivan, a very challenging part. The track goes downhill, so the car is a bit more understeer as it is. Then you have a right kink, rather tight kink, so you have to prepare for that. And then the corner goes left, but it's very, very late apex as well. It's a challenging corner, difficult line where you have to prepare for the first part of the corner. Turn the steering wheel around, hit the apex, and then you have another ride in the traction zone. So all in all, very challenging part. And it's over so quickly, within 2-3 seconds. So 3 corners that quickly, braking around the corner, accelerating around the corner. And yeah, that's just 3 corners out of 180 corners on the track. So I'm afraid we will see Duracell soon in the pit. He just went too quick into Mutkurve, but managed to stay out of the barrier. So our player has a bit more breathing room. I'm sure he's going to see on the table and monitoring the gap. He definitely saw that the gap was around 12 seconds, went down to 6 seconds, but now is back up, and that he's going to build upon that. And we have Taser. I think Taser is definitely going to pit now. We have Paul in the pits. I'm jumping into him. Just one word to Taser. If we look at the tires, rear, especially the left side, is really done, and fuel is quite low as well. So Taser will be in the pit lane. Kickmeg could be one to continue, but now looking at the fuel, I think he's going to pit as well. It's time to shine for Paul. Literally in the pit lane, it is one of the very few spots that is quite bright, especially on the Nordschleife. It is mostly completely dark. Yeah, Kickmeg in the pits as well. No repairs necessary for the Dutch team. And out he goes, 92 liters. We just saw the number there, so I think that's planned 4-lap stint as well. Managing the first 2 corners nicely, yeah, and now he should be back into rhythm. When you come out of the pit lane, you need to be a bit careful because the tires are not quite to grip yet. Interestingly, Ku is staying out for a 5th lap and inherits the 2nd position. Here we have Kickmeg, also Porsche. Refueled at similar levels, so very similar approach as Paul in the first place. Now we have Taser, and something happened to Taser. Chat is not going to like this. We see rear damage. Unfortunately, we didn't have it in picture what happened here. Luckily, it has to be said, luckily, the damage happened in the last area of the Nordschleife, so very short way to the pit lane, and it was in the pit lap anyway, so he didn't even have to rethink his strategy. So all in all, one of the better moments to have such damage. Only unfortunate that he lost so much time, but it is what it is, and we'll continue from here. Who, the only one that is going to stay out. So everyone is going to essentially have an undercut on him. But in the long term, that will be beneficial for Ku. As I said, 21 or 22 laps, maybe even 23, or into the 23rd lap. So that's obviously not dividable equally by 4 or 5, so you have to do a mix of 4 and 5 laps if you want to do the minimum amount of pit stops. If you only do 4 lappers, you will have to do 1 more pit stop. That's costing you around 40-50 seconds. So Ku can save that time. But Spencer in 5th position has Taser in front. And only 5 seconds between them. Live racing, how long gets one stint? We're doing 3-hour stints. So unfortunately, we cannot see, thank you Gran Turismo, how much time is left, but in the bottom left corner you can see that we are around 37 minutes into the stint. So with a bit of math, you know it's 2 hours 23 minutes left in the stint. Yeah, WTF. No, to be honest, it's quite relaxing. 3-hour stints. When you go into a race as a driver and think, oh my god, it's a 3 hours and it's going to last forever. Am I going to endure this? What if I have to pee? What if I get a cramp, etc, etc. And I talked about that with a co-driver of mine. And the first hour is the longest. It feels the longest because everyone is so close together. There's the start, there's the first pit stop. You have to get into rhythm. There's a lot going on within the first hour, so that feels quite long. Then the second hour goes by a bit quicker. Everyone is settled in. You get into the groove. You are on your strategy, and it feels a bit quicker. And then the third hour flies by. It is a long stint you're doing, but you already feel so in the rhythm that time goes by quite quick. Yeah, it's really true, and it doesn't feel like 3 hours. It sounds like more than it is. Yeah, 3 hours go over quite quickly. Unfortunately, I missed Le Mans. There we had the 24-hour race as well, but I did do the first 24-hour race we had. That was at Spa-Francorchamps, and it felt quite similar. You go into the rhythm, and the first hour is over and feels okay. The second hour goes by, and it's already quickened. Before you look back, it's the third hour, and it's already at the end of the race. And it's really funny. You look at the clock and see, it's only 1 hour left. I already did 2 hours. Only 1 hour left. I think I'm almost done with 1 hour to go, because it is 1 or 2 stops left at this point, and you think, yeah, okay, this is the end. 1 hour to go. I will pit then. I will have to go this long and then stop again and then go to the end. So you mind, you prepare so much more in advance that you think already about the end with 1 hour to go. You're a marshal. That's impressive. That's cool. Yeah, feels so quick. Yeah, it was this year the very first time at the 24-hour Nürburgring race, and we were sitting on the grandstands around turn 1, and the cars went by. So many cars went by, and you wait 8 minutes and they come around again. And something happened here and something happened there, and you're following the cars and think, okay, now strategy comes into play. How's the gap? He won 2 seconds, he lost 2 seconds there, and then the pit stops happen. Wow! But Spencer missed the carousel, drove the way around on top, lost a bit of time there. Anyway, and so much is going on. And pit stop 1 happened, and then sometime pit stop 2 happened. And you look at the time, and how long are we sitting here for 1.5 hours, 2 hours? And you look at time, it's been, like you said, 6 hours, and time just goes by so easily. Also, what I really like about endurance racing, you get into the rhythm, and you try to continue repeat that on a high level. I don't push 100%. I leave some margin to be in a rhythm. do not overdo it, especially on the Nordschleife, that is advised. And it is in a way a bit harder. Obviously, everything takes longer, but at the same time, it's a bit easier because in a 1 hour sprint race, you know everyone is going to push full time, and if you approach someone, everything will be fierce. And in an endurance race, you look after your car a bit more. We see in P2 Kuhak, who is pitting 5 laps and is losing obviously the position to Kickmack, but he will come out on track for these two. Galgenkopf down the part, now it's flat out, and Taser has an advantage of less than half a second, so slipstream definitely a thing here. Was almost 2 moves here, but I think that's alright. And Scrap has very good top speed, but he overtook the Audi quite early. And we see the Audi's coming back. So it's going to work out. But you definitely have to think about where you overtake someone on the Döttinger Höhe. Taser with a bit of problems on acceleration, lost a bit of traction. Yeah. But nothing happened. Alright. Yeah. You can slipstream back, and you definitely want to avoid that. Our player and Drunken Panda are really close together. That's crazy to see because they were so close together at the beginning of the lap, but then Panda had the spin, but is now back and with a hefty improvement, almost over half a minute here. Duracell in the pit lane. Unfortunately, that's necessary another time. Let's see at Panda and the lap time. It's going to be 8:23 with a hefty improvement, new personal best. Our player did a slower lap time. So again, I do hope I'm not going to jinx it. Last time I went on board with the car, that was about to overtake our player. The car crashed halfway through the lap. So I do hope Panda is not going to get jinxed by me, and we stay aboard by him. Yeah, I hope Panda is improving and finally getting into the rhythm, and then things get always easier. Personally, I struggle with that. It takes some time. That you need a few laps, and then you feel comfortable with the car, with yourself, with the track, and you can go a bit quicker everywhere. Panda a bit too aggressive here, lost a bit of ground. What is an Oettinger? Lol, yeah. Fun story. Obviously, Oettinger is, a beer brand in Germany that has quite a stigma around it. Let's say it that way. Got criticized last week because I said it was a beer made for homeless people. I think, yeah, maybe it's somewhat offensive, but I think I'm also right. Anyway, Oettinger is not the best beer brand in the world, you know that. And it's especially two people in my group DLL drink a lot of energy drinks. So they always open up their bottle, their can, and you hear that zish sound when they open that can, and it's always been energy drinks. And I don't know how it started, but we randomly say that's not an energy drink, that's Oettinger, that's the beer Oettinger brand, and somehow that stuck. So they just say, okay, what's this? And then yeah, it's time for an Oettinger. So it's a running gag for us, and that stuck somehow. It's punker beer. Yeah, okay, that's a nice explanation, or description, rather. Nice description. That's better than what I said. Oh no, we lost Paul. It's 47.5 minutes and we lost Paul. Oh no, come on. Paul was in the lead by what? At least half a minute. Kickmack inherits the lead. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Paul was doing so well. And Duracell as well. Pandas of what is going on? Everyone else is going. Who has damage? Oh, come on, cool. Oh, that sucks in the first lap. Okay, a lot is going on. We lost Duracell for some reason. I don't understand if there was a disconnect or Panda. There was a disconnect or if there was a rage quit. Can't say. Drunken Panda. And now Paul is back. Oh, that really feels like a disconnect. Oh, I'm so sorry for him. I wish it was like in Formula 1 where if you have a disconnect, the AI would continue for you and you could jump back into lobby and just move on. But now he did a 3/4 hour great driving, but is forced to look now for 2 hours. Yeah, no one will see this disconnect. Yeah, I'm able to save the replay, and if you look at the car, there might be some indicators. There have been in the past, and then you have to penalize the person accordingly. Yeah, Live Racing was really doing well, and no doubt in my mind that he would have won that stint. I mean, even if something would have happened to him, I'm pretty sure that he would have had the pace to come back on top, and that he yeah, immediately comes back into lobby shows. That's so sad. Yeah, and unfortunately we are left in Gran Turismo 4 days, where there are only 6 cars on track. Kickmack now leading with a new personal best of 8 minute 14.7. Then we have Ku, yeah, with damage. He just came out of pit lane, but yeah, continuing at least 3 more laps of damage. I think it is better for him to save Live Racing. Problem GT, and if you see you can't get back on track. Yeah, who's pitting? Yeah, that's the point. I don't understand why Gran Turismo is so restrictive. ACC on PC, you can rejoin. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Yeah, not sure if Paul is in the lobby. Obviously, there's nothing he can do. Maybe he joins the chat. We will have a new second position with Bud Spencer. Oh no, we won't, as Koo comes out ahead, only repairing the car, not taking new tires or refueling. So Koo only repairing the car. And Bud Spencer 5 ahead, Taser MP4, our player, and Panda. Yeah, I said I don't want to jinx anything. The last driver crashed when I went on board, but unfortunately Panda did as well. Yeah, now Paul left the room. Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand what's going on today. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 stints we had so far had a disconnect, where we had to restart everything from scratch. I really do hope we can continue without any technical problems for the night and for the morning as well, obviously. And yeah, 2 disconnects. Basically simultaneously, we first lost Paul and then the second car basically within a minute. So I don't know what's going on with the servers. Some say, if I'm correct, manufacturer series what's going on in the evening before, if that has something to do with it, where the servers are especially needed, and where PD focuses on those lobbies more rather than some random online lobbies. And as track action is not that present, I think I can go a bit on a rant, because I'm really disappointed in the online lobby support we have in Gran Turismo 7. Essentially, it's now the same thing we have in From Sport 7, but that has been carried over. If you remember, lobbies were hugely laggy, and you couldn't save or load saved settings. If you had a lobby, you have to set it up, everything correctly, and you couldn't even edit a lobby. So if you had a mistake, you had to close the lobby, do everything over again, and then put everything in manually. It was so time consuming. And then we just talk about you cannot rejoin a lobby. If you're out, you're out. Very much to the dislike of Paul at the moment. And I really do not understand why there is a hard 16 player limit in 2023. 16 players in 2023. The manufacturer races have 20. Why does it work there with 20 and here only with 16? And then again, why are 16 players limited and not 16 drivers? For example, I'm just watching as a spectator, I'm not driving. Clearly that doesn't need as much usage as a driver. So, like F1, I would really appreciate if the limit was a certain number plus, let's say, 2 optional spectators. And then 16, the limit, I don't understand it. In Gran Turismo Sport, so the same game, same engine, etc., etc., you have one, I think it's a 30-minute race at Lago Maggiore that has 30 cars on track. I don't know why it is like this. It is really random in my opinion that there's a limit of 20, but this one race has 30 cars. But it shows it's possible on a PS4. And this game should have been a PS5 exclusive, should have been way more advanced, and 30 cars in a lobby would have been way better. Obviously, wouldn't have to split things up. You could have everyone in one lobby, and to have 6 cars in one lobby is quite sad at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, I don't understand. I remember Formula 1 2012 on the PlayStation 3 had a 24-player online mode. So PlayStation 3 game was able to do that. But a decade later, Gran Turismo 7, Sport 7, same thing in the case, as a limit for 16, and that really grinds my gears. So back to race Bud Spencer, who closed the gap to Ku, who went out of the pit lane, has didn't change tires, but his tires are in a lot better conditions anyway, so he should be able to open up the gap. If we look at Bud Spencer, given tires, but most importantly the fuel situation, Bud is going to pit at the end of the lap. I think, given how chaotic that race has been, Ku is not aware of the current situation and is probably going to defend. If he knew that Bud Spencer is going to the pit, I think he would be very calm and just let him go and wouldn't worry too much about it. Oh, did really push that car on the limits. He made up 3/10 through Galgenkopf, and he broke the slipstream, most importantly. That is around 1 second, and with that he managed to get that break, but the Supra Supreme top speed is closing in, but Bud has to pit anyway, so I do hope he just stays behind because the straight is running. Yeah, he does. And again, this is very clever driving. If he would stay on full throttle, he maybe would have gone side by side, and Ku would have needed to give him space, but that ultimately would have slowed both down for what's the corner called? Tiergarten, I think. And they both would have lost time and potentially would have risked damage not only for him but for Ku as well. And so he lifted, lost maybe 2/10, and they both went on with the race without further ado. So smart racing there by Bud. Taser in the pit lane as well with a lot of damage. Basically everything you can damage despite the engine. And Bud is now continuing. Back on track. Yeah, we saw and heard obviously the car didn't like the line he did. Turn 1 is a bit unique as you don't really want to be on the apex, on the curving on the inside. The track, obviously it's a very tight corner, but it falls down quite a bit, so if you're taking a line that is too narrow, your front wheel will be somewhat in the air, and the car doesn't like that obviously, so you actually want to take a bit of a wider line. Taser rejoins the track as well with half a minute behind. And we have our player who is in the gravel or just narrowly avoided the gravel, I think. Just a typical misjudgment of the braking point. Then that can happen quite easily. Usually it's quite easy on the GP layout and the Nordschleife because one corner follows the other and you're always in the rhythm. You know, okay, I just did that, now I have to do this movement. It is really a lot of muscle memory. But then you have to Dottinger Höhe, straight over a minute long, one braking zone and two corners essentially, and then you have the main straight, and because it's such a long time of going just straight down the road, it's a bit difficult to rely on the muscle memory. Of course, you can have your brake marker, but it is quite challenging. And it seems like on this occasion our player was a bit too late on the brakes. We have Panda for another pit stop, repairing some damage only front this time. Here's the Mercedes. With a Lewis Hamilton helm, actually. Back on track. Yeah, a bit of a wider line, no tire squealing. Kickback in P1 after the disconnect of pole. It looks like rather easy for him. Minute ahead of Cool, was again picked up a half second time penalty. I think he did that for at least 3 times now. He's in mid his miss. Now where's Ivan? Spencer in 3rd position. Our player, yeah, around 45-50 seconds between those guys. Then Taser with damage again. Oh no! I was just thinking about making a narrative how Taser's going to catch up to our player now. But yeah, again, unfortunately, some damage. So our player, I think that's my narrative now. Our player is really jinxed. Because now it's the 3rd time I went on a car starting a narrative about how that car is going to overtake our player. Was closing down the gap, then making a maneuver, overtake him, creating some drama here. And every time it is our player who is involved, the only constant here, ultimately constant driver, it's always our player, and the car behind gets damaged. That's my conspiracy theory now. If you're behind our player, you are jinxed. Ark's players are washed. Yeah, just look at our player. Clearly washed. Also hi Nuschel. Don't you want to get some sleep? I mean, I'm doing my best, but it is a race, a 3-hour race with 2 hours to go with 6 cars. There's only so much I can do. I'd say take a nap, at least until this stint is over. I shall have something to drink, because I'm talking straight for an hour. No coffee, No energy, just water for now. Yeah, what happened? Bit strange. Paul was leading by at least 30 seconds and had a disconnect 47 minutes into the race. Oh no, did I miss something? No, just kick my pit lane. Had a disconnect and half a minute later another car, Duracell, I think it was, disconnected as well. So we lost 2 cars within a minute. Paul immediately came back into the lobby, so he had a disconnect, and a minute or 2 later he rejoined the lobby. So that really feels like a disconnect to me. Obviously, I haven't seen that being on board on the car, so difficult to judge. Yeah, so for now it's definitely to disconnect, and I will save the replay and have a look at that. If there was something intentional or disconnect, but at the moment I think about disconnect. Let's say it that way. If Paul is leading the race, maybe even with 40 seconds advantage, with less than an hour of racing, and actively decided to rage quit, that would be quite something. But I don't think that was the case. And sleep is overrated. Agree. Totally agree. I went to bed, I think around, what was it, 8:30, close to 9, and I thought, okay, go to bed a bit earlier. You have set the alarm around midnight. Get 3, maybe even 4 hours of sleep, and it felt like I was going to bed and rolling around, couldn't find some sleep, and again now the alarm went off and I was already awake. I think maybe I slept an hour, maybe 1.5, 2 at best. But I'm in good mood. The race is not the best, but I'm going strong for now. I'm set here until 10, so it's only 8 more hours. You just awake, you have to open a livery editor. Oh no, how could you forget? How dare you, Nushel? I mean, you're barely doing anything for DES as it is, so you can obviously do something for GTP. How can you? This displeases score luck. Washed Eric's driver was wording, and our players in the pit lane. Taser 2. No, I don't think that's just cutting it. Yourself is not enough. Just kidding, obviously. Don't want to get cancelled. So, I tried a 4th time. We are riding with Taser. So again, a driver that is behind our player, and given the pace, could overtake our player, and we see if the jinx continues. well, thinking about it, the only constant was obviously up there, but also me talking about stuff. So either I should just simply shut up, or embrace my jinxing powers and write at Sky that I and my incredible jinxing powers should commentate Formula 1 to get rid of Max Verstappen's dominance once and for all. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I give him 3 minutes until there's Ivan, there's a crash and everything is gone to shit, and all my intentions to build something up here to create some tension is going in the bin again. Oh, that looks a bit understeer. I thought, oh, maybe he's going to meet a barrier already. Of the taser, I think he already flashed his light at up there once. And twice, don't overdo it. Our player struggled a bit through that corner. Taser with great momentum. 3, 4. Yeah, I think if our player decides to send it in, that it's going to be at least a warning. Between coils, now on the brakes for Armberg. Taser already positioning himself to get a better exit, but it is really just one line through it. Our player plays the car correctly. There's little Taser can do. Fuchs over here, compression. And approaching our frost. Our player is making the car very wide. Now he left an opening. Taser went for it, but it was ultimately too close and slight contact. Nothing really happened. Our player holds the position, so I think no advantage was taken. Metzger's felt and Taser goes wide onto the curb. Now he's really close, stopping on the outside. Can he hold it around? No, he can't make him around the outside. With better acceleration, but this is a very short straight. This corner clearly just one line now. We have miss. And what can I say? I beat Noschel. He said 5 minutes, and I said until where's Ivan? There's going something to happen. This corner is where's Ivan? Ah, Noschel. Got you. My jinxing powers are no match for you. Streamer's curse. I know our player is driving for RX this time, not for RSC, but that's the 4th time I jinxed that in favor of our player, of your mate. What one penalty point for the streamer. If my jinxing power is so strong, I helped you 4 times. I should get 4 penalty points removed on Flipsy's license, so he doesn't have to worry about a ban for the next things. Oh, Panda, unfortunately again with damage and bit out of shape there for Ivan. Going through the field once more. We have that doesn't take a lot of time. We have Kickback in 3rd position, and he's on a GP layout now at the moment. Approaching 4th corner. Cool. continued with the damage, but let's see what he's going to do now. He's staying out. What's the lap time? 27. And what's the answer? That will be 11, 10. It's quite a long run until you hit the line from the last corner. That wasn't that bad. It was a 10. Good guess by me. So maybe I can use my jinxing powers to support Don, because with that damage, but Spencer looked like he can be very close at the end of this lap and overtake Ku. But I'm pretty sure that my jinxing powers doesn't work in favor of Don, only in favor of Eric's. Oh no! Our player! What happened to you, mate? Our player is now in 5th position. Taser has gone by despite the damage. But our player, something happened to him we didn't have on screen. Something big, so he lost, I don't know, at least 10 seconds. Maybe a bit more, 12, 15, around that. But he managed to lose that time without taking any damage. No, that wouldn't be possible because they weren't on the GP loop since then. That's still the same lap. So in Wers Eifen, he was ahead and Taser had the damage. And after Stefan Belloff S, they changed position. There's Pflanzgarten 1. Pflanzgarten 1 has a lot of gravel runoff, so maybe there. That's the only part that comes to my mind right now that has some runoff where you can lose so much time. Approaching Hohe Acht after the carousel has some runoff, but that's grass, so you actually cut the course a bit. You would get some wouldn't get much time loss. Yeah, München has some runoff, but also that's not too much that you wouldn't pick any damage if you go wide. You wouldn't lose 10 seconds. Carousel could be as well. Yeah, you're right. So can I reverse jinx our player? Because our player is now 8 seconds behind Taser, who has damage. And it is potentially slower, and our player with a whole car, no damage, potentially is going for the overtake. Does my reverse jinx work? I do not think so. Also, we have 22 people watching. Thank you very much, you're absolutely mad. The racing hasn't been the best, and the amount of cars is laughable, to be honest, at the moment, but you're still rocking that at almost 2 AM. Thank you very much. Maybe our player with almost 7/10 improvement. Come on, boy. Riding on board. Middle chicane. Turn 13. That's the highest part of the whole circuit, actually. The whole track has surprisingly 300 meters of elevation change. That's a crazy number, 300 meters. And the highest part is there on the GP main straight, or turn 13. I think could be slightly higher even. Hatzenbach. That's all very much downhill and quite a lot actually. So now here Viertelbach, the first part was big up, then what you see down again, a bit up for Flugplatz. And actually Flugplatz is visible if you are on the Mercedes AMG grandstand on the GP layout. You can see Flugplatz. I think that's our 5 kilometers of a straight line away, but it's lined in a way they can see through, and you can see until that part of the track. Oh, come on, Taser, slow a bit down. I want to make something work here. Taser, increase the gap. And I'll be back in a minute. It's 2 AM and it's already too warm for me. So I decided to change my jogging. It's not trousers, is it? Again. Anyway, the long for the short ones. Look, 23 degrees, that's okay. Yesterday it was around 27 here. It was okay, but sweatpants is nice. 27 mid-September. I don't need that, I think. 23 sounds more reasonable. So what is God doing? Who has to pit now? I just is going to make that into pit lane. Calculated the fuel really well. Now in the pit lane, and it seems like Bart Spencer is going to continue for one more lap. Gap to Kickmack. So here we see Kickmack, and here Spencer. One is entering the GP layout, the other is on his way to leave it. And we have Ku in the pit lane, has repaired a car. Wait a minute, this stint started at yep, it's done by 3:30, half an hour break, so stint 5 is going to start at 4 AM Central European time. I assume that's the same time zone for you. Ku. drifting through. Sven says that, but should move on. yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. Ku is on better tires. Spencer's car, Supra, is a lot lighter at the moment, but should be on the slower lap time. But then again, yes, the under got a better performance for the next stint, and the gap wasn't too big, so maybe he can get him in the next part. We have a new follower, Alvar. I do hope I didn't butcher that. So anyway, thank you very much for the follow, and I hope you should enjoy the stream late at night or early in the morning. One person speaks Spanish. I'm very lost in English. I'm pretty sure we have Spanish drivers or people who speak Spanish. This stint definitely will be streamed in English. We are mostly German-speaking, but we have also drivers from different countries, England, from Italy, from Spain, I think, to France. So that's why we do everything in English. And how can I participate in this championship? Easily. Maybe just trigger ! Discord that gives you a link to our Discord, and maybe not now during the event, but definitely later, maybe on Monday, you will be approached by one Orga helper, and if you have a team, you can start with your team, or you can join a participating team. No problem, or maybe drive as a single driver and join one team that needs a driver. Anyway, joining and participating should not be any problem. It should be come quite easy, and yeah, basically then you're already good to go. This championship is Digital Endurance Series, race on Gran Turismo 7 only. And we have 2 championship series. This one is the Group 3 series, where there's only Group 3 cars. And the other is the WEC series, where we try to replicate the real life series, World Endurance Championship, with the Toyota Hypercar and Group 3 cars. And the next race we're going to have is in that WEC series in 3 weeks' time, the second weekend of October at Interlagos. It's going to be a 6-hour race, so a rather short one. But if you jump on the Discord, get everything sorted out, I'm pretty sure that you can already participate for that race. Okay, Nordschleife. Yeah, I do hope so that something exciting is going to happen. Alvarez, Stream Elements, the last message of Stream Elements, there's the invitation link. If that did not work for some reason, I sent you another. I pray for rain. Yeah, I do hope so. Having one 24-hour race without rain is bad enough as it is. Or 2? No. Did the invitation link work for you? I created a new one. You can also use that one. So if the other one didn't work, that definitely should have worked. So Spencer is going to pit at the end of this lap, and he's fighting with crew that is who's in one position lower, in third position. Yeah, 54 saying that's going to be very tight. I thought Cook would have closed that gap on his outlap quite a lot, but apparently not. Oh, now it's one of... Oh, I just went on Cook and got by, but he picked up damage again, quite hefty one. Through Flanskarten 2, Stefan Belloff S, and I think that settles it. But Spencer is now in second position and will hold that position. And Cool with that mistake has lost the chance of the second place at the moment. A lot of curb there on entry on the apex. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Spencer almost completely filled up. Now he is 100 liters into that Supra, and he is back on track before Kubu has even entered the pit lane to repair his car, because with this amount of damage there's no way he can continue. And I think that's even the second time for him where he had to revisit the pit lane again after just pitting. Very unfortunate. Player is in fourth position, but he is too far behind Ku to jump in over the pit stops out of Stefan Belloff S in Galgenkopf as a whole of Döttinger in front, and then we have Taser. Taser was in pits again and repaired the car. Has to do it all over again. Panda, I haven't been on Panda for quite some time, unfortunately. Not competitive at the moment. Lap times even in a 9-minute range. So yeah, I'm sorry guys, I would like to present you a different kind of race. Unfortunately, we lost some teams already before the event began, and with 2 more disconnects, yeah, 6 cars on the track, really spread out. There's only so much I can do. Cool, back on track, P3. So the gap in front is now almost a minute, and a minute to our player behind. It's now approaching turn 1 and 2. Panda around 7 minutes in the lap, and Kickmack is around 2.5 minutes away from Drunken Panda, and then he's going to lap Panda. Given that we have 1 hour and 20-ish minutes to go, that is likely that we're going to see that happen. Riding a bit onboard with Kickmack. I haven't been on him for quite some while, I think. Enjoying that. We are leaving Nordschleife. That corner has nothing to do with being a steep part of the track, but it's named after a part of the track that used to be there, or is there to, especially as cars, it wasn't for racing, and connects the corner Nordschleife to this corner that we see right now. If you would go straight on that corner, you come out exactly on that part of Hohe Acht, and obviously there's you can see it even in the TV cameras, but in real life it's a lot more steeper, and there's a straight line connecting these two parts, and it was for vehicle testing to see how well they can accelerate, how well they have traction, what angle of steepness they can deal with, and yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, one part of the history of the Nürburgring that showed that this huge track was built not only for racing but to demonstrate how good a car is. I think there still is. Maybe it lost a bit of importance, but especially during the post-war days, car manufacturers would go on the Nürburgring and essentially put a seal of approval that says Nürburgring approved, and it really showed how big the value of the Nürburgring used to be and still is. Give another reference, Drunken Panda just entered the Nordschleife and Kickmack is about to leave it, so that puts it a bit better into perspective, I guess. But Kickmack has to pit the end of his lap. It is his 12th lap, so I think 10 more laps to go for him, so either he's going to change his strategy and he's going 5-5 to the end, or he has to plan with one extra stop. Let's see, I think he refueled the car with 92 liters. So mostly a full tank, but not quite. If he goes for 100 liters of fuel into the car, that's really an indicator that he's going to go for longer stint. If he decided to put 92 liters into the car, I would rather say 4 laps as well, and if he even goes for less, then that's maybe an indicator that he's going to a 3-lapper, then another 3-lapper and a 4-lapper for the end of the race. So that's another way to go to reach the 10 laps. But that looks very similar to another 4-lapper, so we see him at the end of lap 16, and then he has, I assume, 6 laps left in his stint. And we talked about that earlier, how in a 3-hour stint the time flies a bit different. I think the first hour felt long for the drivers, and now with 1 hour 40 to go, you're thinking about, in this case, 2 stops, because you're having another short one. But with different strategy, you would only have one more stop to go at this point, so you're really looking at the end. Otherwise, this is 24 real life hours, so we started at 2 p.m. and the race will finish at 2 p.m. so it's 24 real life hours. In between the stints we have some breaks, so the total racing time will not extend 21 hours, because over the 24 hours we will have breaks of 3 hours. At the moment we are discussing if we're going to adapt that to change that to have a proper 24-hour race that with breaks will take somewhat like 27 hours. But that is something I guess we're going to let people vote on. Anyway, Kickmack back on track, looking good, having a gap of 1 minute and 6. Spencer in second position. At the end of the GP track, and we have Ku again in the pit lane. On that cannot be happening. Ku was looking good in second position, and yeah, was threatened by Spencer for P2, sorry. And anyway, he looked strong, and he had to pit for a scheduled stop. Picked up damage in the first lap, and now in the second lap has to pit for damage as well. That's 3 laps where he visited the pit again, and the gap was in favor of Bud Spencer by at least 10 seconds, so he lost maybe 1 3/4 minutes within 3 laps. Of course, mistakes can happen, but 3 in a row, that's quite a lot, and I do hope Ku used the long back straight and the pit stop break to refresh himself, to get a quick change of mind, rebooted himself, that's what I want to say, and starts to find some focus again. Our player in the pit lane, Taser behind, but has to pit as well. $80, $85, $90 liters, and now the Nissan continue his way. Taser is going into the pit lane as well, reaching his pit box now. And for him, I think, yeah, full service makes sense. New set of tires. The MR cars obviously quite tire hungry in the rear, so take that opportunity. Interestingly, it doesn't refuel much. Let's say for 2 seconds, for 2 laps. So with 15, I would assume 5 more laps. Yeah, good night. Have a good sleep. Maybe see you in the morning again. As I said, the race is going on until 2 p.m. so you have some time to catch up again. Have a good night though. takes us out in P5. We've done Panda. Unfortunately, we have damage again. The front and one tire is slightly damaged. Just looking where Kickback is. And I think Panda will pit. Giving the fuel a pit stop would have been necessary anyway next lap, so I think it's better to come in now anyway, rather than staying out with the damage one more lap. And so it is. Pit stop time. Fuel is in. Please keep in mind to repair the car. And out we go. So what's the gap going to be like? 751. A bit unfortunate how Panda's race is. The lap time 8:23 isn't anything too crazy, but if that lap time would be continued repetitively, Panda would be down almost by 7 minutes. Kehre almost run off and spun the car. Too much throttle input. Yeah, and now we have the situation. Panda is on the GP layout and Kickback as well. So Kickback is very close to getting the first car up. He's only 4 kilometers away. Only 4 kilometers. That's crazy because the distance 4 kilometers is the length of some racetracks. For example, Interlagos is around 4 kilometers, definitely less than 5. And here with 25 kilometers a lap, it's quite a different standard. So I think I'm going to sit down now. I commentated at all standing, and to be honest, it feels really good. That my clock says I have well over 100 calories burned. Already 100, and it's not even, or it is 2 o'clock, it's past 2. Oh my god. But now I'm a bit tired from that, so I think I deserved to sit down and chill a bit. Cool with a trouble-free outlap, it seems. I'm confident that he is going to negotiate the last 2 kilometers. It's 2.5, 3 corners if you like anyway, so I trust him that he can do that. Yeah, but the gap in front is now 1 minute 36. With a little more than 1 hour, I think that's out of the question that Crew can drive that gap down. He needs some help from Spencer to get into contention for that spot. So in other words, Spencer's second place looks very much secured in my opinion. The only way he can ruin that is by a mistake. They can always happen, obviously. I saw it too many times in the stint already. How deadly the Nordschleife is. The sections named after the trees. I think Eichen is oak tree in English. Yeah, in the moment nothing going on right now, so if you have a specific topic you would like to discuss or can we talk about, give it a shot. I thought about teasing an upcoming battle, but Taser already with damage, so there's nothing really I can jinx. It was jinxed before he thought it. Our player can't lose that position. Anytime someone gets close to him, they do a mistake, and he's just swimming along. Let's see if Taser continues, because fuel-wise and tire-wise, he's good. He's good to go another lap. Nope, stays out for another lap, and then is going to pit at the end of lap 14. I think it's going to be 21 laps, so 7 laps for him. So 4 laps and 3 laps, or even for 4 to be safe, would be the strategy for him. Panda around Brünnchen. I think one time I would like to stay at Brünnchen as well. Wouldn't need to be for the 24 hours, but just for some event. There's so many people there, the atmosphere is great, and Brünnchen, especially in a 24-hour race at night, is very special. Obviously the GP layout, there are a lot of people there, there's a lot of light, also the track is lit as well for some parts, so there's quite some light, and when you hit the Nordschleife and the first part, you're quite aware of the light as well during Pandas going off Galgenkopf and between Kleinskauser. Nothing happened there, fortunately. And it's around Flugplatz where you make quite some ground between you and the GP layout, where you really get embraced into the darkness, and there's very little to no light, and you're really quite alone in the darkness until Kleines Karussell, the big carousel, and then Brünnchen, where a huge fan area is. You hear drivers talk about that place, especially after the Corona years, where they say they miss the fans there, because they hear the atmosphere around them, the music, and the drivers can actually smell that there is some barbecue, that people are eating some sausages there or some other things. They can smell that, and it's part of the atmosphere of the track. So I would love to experience that firsthand sometime. And again with a bit of slide there. I know it's quite a strange part. Got a half a second time penalty for that as well. That felt unfair. Kickback. Coming onto the straight now, and Panda round Schumacher S. Interestingly is that Kickback is not gaining any time on Spencer. The gap pretty much consistent now. Last lap were 8-minute 13s for both drivers. Yeah, it looks like an 8-minute 14 for Spencer and this lap as well. So yeah, not much movement. Ku lost another 5 seconds from the last time we were on him to Spencer. Oh, he almost saved it. There was exit of Brünchen. There is the rare occasion where you can really attack some curves on the Nordschleife. And behind the curbing there is some flat part. It's not tarmac, but it is drivable on, and then it goes smoothly over into the green soil, green grass. So it's not quite easy to find the difference where is grip and where does it end. And he certainly overdid it and had to correct the car heavily twice to avoid hitting the barrier. But I'm glad he did that. It was quite entertaining to watch, and I think we all had enough of incidents and crashes and would like to see them continue properly and not standing in the pit lane and repairing the car. Our player and Taser, impressive. Taser, I think, should be higher up. The pace itself is good. I mean, look, he is he's holding on with our player despite having damage. And if he would continue without damage, he would be competing for positions. Oh, come on, I can't curse anything today, right? There's something I must not curse. There must something. I guess that just proves my point that Taser is really quick and should be competing with the drivers in front of our player, but things like this, where mistake happens, where he picks up some damage, that happens unfortunately way too much, and then he has to repair the car, lose time again, something happens and he has to repair again, and that costs him even more time. So that's really unfortunate. I think if Taser could have folded out his barriers, wouldn't have to repair the car. He could have fought there with Spencer, with Ku for those positions, and unfortunately that's not the case. And unfortunately Panda has damage, quite some hefty one. front and both tires. I'm not sure if this was one incident. I could imagine that this could be Metzgersfeld, where if you touch the grass you can't decelerate correctly and you hit the barrier quite straightforward. Let's see, Kickmack I think is going, yeah, should go one more lap, so maybe Kickmack is going to lap Panda in the pit lane now. Here's Taser. He has to pit now. And for goodness sake, come, let us have some interesting. I do hope Taser repairs the car, gets back on track, has a good out lap, and our player is going to pit next lap, and they're coming out really close together, and we see some action on track. Two cars fighting each other. Long pit stop, not a lot of fuel needs to get into the car. He's done now, repairing, and he's getting back out now on track. What's the gap to our player? 55, 56 seconds, so keep that in mind. It was about 8, so 47 seconds lost in the pits with repairing the car, of course. He's already finding some time with that fresh rubber. So our player, our player has enough fuel for 2 more laps. Nice save. T13. The connection link between GP layout and Nordschleife. It's quite uphill, but at the end of the corner the track flattens out, so the weight of the car goes a bit more to the front, and the rears are somewhat light. And it's easy to lose traction, as our player demonstrated there. But you caught the car nicely. Well done. Panda approaching the pit lane very soon. Has to burn the penalty though at first. And that dot you see on the mini-map behind him, that's Kickmack. And we'll have the first lapping of the race. Given the gap to Taser, I think that's not completely out of the window. Unfortunately, Taser visited the pits too many times. And Spencer is quite far away from Panda, but with the pit stop it's going to be 3/4 of a minute maybe, so yeah, maybe likely that we see some more lapping. Anyway, Kickmack is going to overtake. We hear the engine. He's going straight by on the straight right now. Sorry, that was a word. And Panda, repair time. Refueling the car. Finally back out on track. So Panda, here we have him, that's Kickmack, Goodyear, Kehrer, and the gap to Spencer stayed the same, which is speaking in favor of Spencer actually. He has more worn tires, his pace should drop, but he holds the gap. So hopefully he can close the gap a bit now with fresh tires. He's pitting at the end of lap 15, that's 5 or 6 laps to go. So we would see him one more time in the pit lane. 5 laps, you can do that in one go. There's potential fuel saving involved. Ku's gap increased because there's another damage for him, so unfortunately Ku has to visit pits one more time. Potentially 2 times when he has to pit at the end of lap 20, 21 to go to the end. Unfortunately, it is not possible to go from this point from the race to the end. Our player also with damage. That is good news for Taser, who already got 9 seconds back on our player, and I think is on the verge of overtaking him, especially as our player is going to lose some time with the damage on this lap. So with a mistake here in the carousel, you want to stay on the concrete banking on the inside. Not only is this the shorter way around, but the banking helps you so much in carrying more speed. Going around, you lose easily more than a second. You just cannot reproduce the same corner sweeps that you have through banking on the inside. Now 44 seconds, I think, yeah, Taser should be through now. Except he's going to do a mistake on his own. Ku reached the pit lane. I'm curious to see what his strategy is going to be like, because I do not think there's any way he can continue. So it would make sense with 6 laps to go that he goes for 3 laps. Let's see how much fuel goes into the Lexus. Three-quarter, yeah, I think he's going to. No, he's actually stopped. Okay, that looks like a 3-lapper, and then stop again and go for the last 3 laps. Yep, gap increased to 2 minutes to Spencer. Spencer himself having almost 2 minutes to Kickmack, but that is of course pit stop related, as Kickmack will pit at the end of this lap, and then the gap will come down to around a minute. So Kickmack looking very good for the win in the stint, but it's not done yet. There are 50 more minutes to survive, and Spencer's pace been a bit stronger in the last laps. He's at unknown forced, whilst Kickmack is approaching Steilstrecke and Shoulder Carousel. Der Corner ist eine Steilkurve. Steilstrecke, sorry, not Corner, Strecke. Looking at the lap times, personal best 8:12, not that spectacular. but we have an 812, 814, 814, 813, 813. So the lap times we can easily compare are very consistent. Also, the in and out laps, 829, 830, very close together, 845, 843. So Kickmack doing consistent lap times. If we compare that to Bud Spencer, his personal best, we see 2 lap times in the 8-minute 10s, and then 13 and 14. A lot quicker. So given on raw pace, Spencer is quicker than Kickmack at the moment, but having some troubles, having to visit the pit lane 1 or 2 times more than Kickmack means that he's only in second place with 1 minute of a gap after Kickmack, obviously, visited the pits. Oh no, cool. Yeah, unfortunately we have through Kohaku again, not only with harvesting time penalty, we are quite accustomed to that, no, but also with damage after he just pitted. That will also change his strategy, I assume. I think it's likely that he will drive only 21 laps. And that means he can refuel the car full and go to the end. So I assume it is not that big of a deal that he got damage. He would have had to pit anyway one more time, so he can do that now. Needs a bit of fuel saving, tire management. He can go to the end without any additional pit stops. This was very close as well. Cool. I think lap time wise, it was very good at some point, doing a 16 even, but looking at the lap times, 8:26, 8:20, then 27 again. Then he was in the pit lane for 3 laps. Then he had 2 laps where he was on track and didn't set lap times, 25 and 20. Not only is that not the pace he can do quite better, it is not very consistent. Well, I mean, he has 5 or 6 seconds in between those laps. It's just too much. It's not acceptable. I think he is not going to be happy with his Stint. Kickmack back on track now. Again, I think that's pretty much set for 4 lappers, and 4 laps are 32 minutes. So I think he has to come in at lap 20 and will do 1 lap plus whatever the timer is and runs out, so maybe 1.5 laps extra. And Panda unfortunately has to visit the pit lane again. Didn't have any lap time for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 laps that was below 9 minutes. And I'm very sorry, but it has to be said that is not the quality that is acceptable. I think apart from Kickmack and Spencer, the quality of driving in the Stint is far below what we expect from everyone. 9-minute lap times in a row. Taser's doing frequently visiting the pit lane. Our player, yeah, with rare mistakes and then continue with that pace-wise, it isn't maybe not even that bad, but Yeah, looking at the lap times, 8:27. That's 20 seconds behind the person with fast lap of Paul. Cool with so much damages. That's just not acceptable in my opinion. So in terms of some entertainment and excitement, I did hope that Spencer made up some ground with the undercut, but the gap stayed pretty much the same. I assume the good news is that there's only 40 more minutes in the stint, and then with a new set of drivers and drivers coming back, or the teams coming back that got the disconnect, the next stint hopefully will be better. Nice to see that Spencer is on potential personal best lap time. He's already 1 second ahead with 8:10. I went a bit wide, but hold the line. All in all, had to be a bit hesitant there to go back on throttle. It's showing blue flags for the car in front of him, that's Panda. I do hope Panda is aware and is probably cruising the pit lane. Yeah, that one mistake cost him a bit, but still half a second up. Okay, you can see the yellow Mercedes of Panda in front. Just a hint of a lift. Okay, hear the sound of Mercedes. Now reflects are shown. Maybe here could be an opportunity that someone go. I think Panda, yeah, is front enough to wait until after are forced. To the side. Well done by Panda, that's fair play. And Spencer can continue with the lap. To be fair, he may want a quick lap himself. I think that, yeah, that is his outlap, so we will not be shown any timestamps. Right now you just heard the sun button indicator. Obviously he's around 35 seconds behind lap time wise, what usually would be around with our player in the pit lane, and Taser's already in front of him. So maybe the curse is broken. The curse of our player and my jinxing. Yeah, he is done 60 laps, so I think 5 more laps for him. And with a bit of fuel and tire management, I think that it is possible for him to drive until the end. So now back on board with Spencer. We see that the light the light. The sky is lighting up slightly. It's not as dark as it was at the beginning of the stint. Here we can see it's getting a bit lighter. Or brighter, that's a bit more lighter. Brighter. Sorry. I'm curious to see now sector time. He's definitely making up some ground. I think 3, maybe even 4 seconds to keep making this lap alone. Going wide on that huge corner. Yeah, he lost some ground to his personal best, unfortunately. Usually you can set a PB in your second and third lap. The first obviously is your out lap, is significantly slower because of the pit stop. Then the second and third you have the second tires are really strong, but you carry a lot of fuel. The third lap tires go a bit, but the fuel is lower, so that evens out. Both laps can be very strong. And in the fourth lap, your tires are usually gone. The car is light, but the tires are just manufactured here. And as well, that's going to be the lap where these guys are going to drive into the pit lane again. You cannot set a fast lap this way. So lap 2 and 3. Those are the laps you can set a potential new PB. So unfortunately no improvement for Spencer, but on this lap alone I think 4 seconds. So if he continues that with potentially 5 more laps, he can bring down the gap to around 40 seconds. That will still be P2, but every second counts. The gaps are written down and dictate the final result, so it's best for him to keep pushing and doing what he's doing. Yeah, even 5 seconds in this lap, and that's a very strong lap time for him. Only 3/10 behind is possible. It's another 8-minute 10. It's a good effort by Spencer. Let's see what Kickback can do. I think I'm going on this cam. I haven't been using that, I think, at all. Many people even drive with this camera settings, so maybe it is familiar for some of you in chat. On the Nordschleife, 2.5 tenths up on his personal best. I'm not sure what his personal best isn't shown anymore. I think it was an 8.12 or 8.13. And you can see some orange red in the sky from the sun that is coming up. So weather-wise, I think this is going to be the most beautiful part of the race. Sunset, of course, very similar. Conditions very beautiful as well. But I think it's a different approach going from sundown or sunrise. Sunset is always a bit more exciting, I think, because the race is still young. The night is a big part of the race that is lying ahead of you. It is dangerous, you can't see as well, and yeah, it's different mentality. Everyone is asleep, you're driving, and you still have a long way to go. And sunrise is It's like closing a chapter and opening one. You survived all of the day for the first part. You survived the night, and the last third, the next day is really upon you, and it makes you think about, okay, we've gone so far, and the end of the race is not too far. Personally, I like the sunrise a bit more, but I really like the settings, that it is so dark around you, but the light is coming or going with sunset, but there's some light, and I think it's just the best conditions to race it. I really like that, just personally. So kickback on a decent lap, but despite that, the gap to Spencer stayed the same, 1 minute 1. Second time says 3/10 up. In 45-ish kilometers, lifting, then early in front again to keep the momentum, drifting out a bit wide, lost the 10th here, so that's an indicator that he's taking it a bit more careful. He doesn't want to risk it all. Really steep uphill everything, and this is even a bit steeper. Nice part on the Nordschleife, I think. Now it's a bit downhill, one corner after another. We have Wippermann. Here you can actually attack the curbs, despite them being quite high. Go again, over the crest, München. Extremely downhill. You can see the fans, the vans. You can smell it when you're racing there. Each corner quite tricky. Everything ice curve. The corner is called because it is that slippery. The driver felt it's like driving on ice, and that's the reason the corner got that name. And in the meantime, oh no, Taser again with damage in the pit lane. Hopefully this was his very last pit stop with just half an hour to go. So that brings our player back into P4. It just not separable, that position and our player. And yeah, Taser again in P5, again behind our player. And you must think that stupid stripper can't understand the world. Taser with too many mistakes, unfortunately. Now maybe we see a new personal best for Kickback. We see the audio sign in the back that gives some perspective how intensely long that straight is. Now he lost some ground, he's 400 down on his time, so or up better. Depending on the context you see that, I suppose. Through the last corners, maybe you risk a bit more through here and can set a new personal best. Let's see, 8, 11, 12, and it is with 110. A new personal best with an 8 minute 12.4. Well done. In
proved himself, and that's also a great thing. No matter the time, improvement is improvement. And Spencer, I think, is going to improve as well. It's not going to be a PB, but he's going to close the gap. It's around a minute, and potentially he's going to get the gap down below 1 minute for the very first time, and yes, he did, with the supreme top speed of the Supra. And that must be really motivating for Spencer. I think driving with 6 cars on this huge track, no one around you, it is quite difficult to motivate you. But if you see that the driver in front of you is a minute ahead, and you, with good driving, you were able to get it below 1 minute, and you see that time is now not full minute but less, that's going to be very motivating. It just jumped above a minute, so I really do hope that he finds some time and it's going to be less than a minute again. That jumps through the field once more. We have Ku in third position. Yeah, many mistakes, and one more to add to that list. Out of the carousel, a bit weird, spun on the inside. And this corner is truly flat, and I do hope it's not a disconnect, because then the lobby would be gone. In that case, I just go through everything to record the gaps, but it's not. Yeah, Ku was standing there for a while, so that got me worried, but I think it is really the problem that Ku is not comfortable on this track. It is night. The track is the most challenging to see where the track goes, etc. And he's driving for 2.5 hours, and the concentration is kicking in again here on Brünnchen. The second part, being on the grass, being too narrow, then the next corner isn't right. Here, YouTube corner isn't right. Ice cover is coming up. The tires are dirty, and yeah, many things coming together. I think Ku could have done so much better. As it saddened me, because I know that that result is not what he deserves. He was practicing so much, and it's not working out right now for him, and that's really sad, because he put in so many hours into preparation, into work, that he can deliver a good performance. So apparently streamers, commentator Curse strikes again. I was talking about how great it is that Spencer got the gap below a minute, but now it's even 1 minute 1. Oh. My excuse is that this is his in-lap anyway, so the tires are not in the best condition, and with the pit stop he will find a way to set better lap times, and the gap is going down a minute, and this is only a temporarily thing. God damn it, Kick Mac, can you drive a bit slower to give us some some entertainment? I will have Ku in the pit lane now. Yeah, I think I repeat myself, but I do hope it is the final time. Didn't refuel the car. It should be good for 3 laps. 3 laps are 24 minutes. I think that could be a bit short on fuel. Depends on if that's 3 minutes flat or 3.5 laps. I mean, with only 6 cars, it can take quite some while until the car reaches the checkered flag. After timer hits 0 and starting the 3-minute countdown after that. So I think Ku should have refueled the car by 10 liters more at least. Maybe I'm misjudging. I do hope that wouldn't be necessary to have another pit stop. In the meantime, with Taser back in P4, so not being on camera finally works, but not for our player. Our player picked up damage on the front. I think he's going to stay out. He has enough fuel, the tires are in good condition, and he showed at some points during the stint that he is okay with staying out despite having damage. That he favors that instead of pitting and losing time there. And to be fair, our player is not doing too many mistakes, and staying out really paid out for him in comparison to some other drivers here that visit the pit frequently, have better lap times than, of course, with a repaired car, but with the pit stops, yeah, that take a lot of time and they are slow on average. Panda, yeah, completely alone. Fortunately, no competition here. But the good thing is, we can say the Panda is driving to the end. I'm pretty sure that we see the car around in the next 20 minutes. Kickback. One more lap, then it's pit stop time again at the end of lap 20, and then for the last 1.5, 2 laps, they go to the end. Whilst Spencer, yeah, has split now and go for 3 laps, and it's actually really impressive that that Spencer hold the gap at 1 minute for this lap. Tire-wise, it should have been way worse, like 3 or 4 seconds worse. Wow, out of the last corner, touched the wall. Nothing too big of a deal. I'm curious to see how much time Spencer can find on the outlap now. It's pretty much a minute, but he has the undercut. One difference will be fuel, because Spencer will drive 3 more laps, so he has 3 laps to put in fuel. Kickback has also 3 laps, but as he's going to pit the next lap around, he only has to refuel for 2 laps, so that's maybe 3-4 seconds at least of difference. Yeah, more like 5-6. Yeah, it's a bit. But out goes Spencer, and the gap rises to a minute 41, 42. No, even 41, 40. So we have that in mind. Coup in 3rd position. And I think no one is on a scheduled pit stop apart from King Mac. I think our player will drive to the end then, and Panda should drive to the end as well. Now on start and finish straight. 18 minutes left in the stint, and given the lap times, I think Panda could be the one that is going to see the checkered flag first, because 18 minutes is pretty much 9 minutes. Oh, Panda, come on, you had that mistake quite some time. Please learn from it. Yeah, around 9-minute lap time, so it's pretty much give or take. If Panda is the first one that sees his checkered flag. If not, it's going to be here, this one, Coup, I think. Oh no, Coup with damage again. I can't be. Yeah, there again for a brief moment beside the track. And Coup really has to look behind, because here Taser is just a minute 15 behind. The pit stop is going to cost him a lot of time, and yeah, now he crashed again. He went way too quick into the entry, was already off on the connection part between the right and the left-hander, and it feels like not only not being happy with the track, this being at night, concentration is really gone here. Now it says 1 minute 9, but that will go down in a minute, and yeah, I think Coup lost easily 5-6 seconds. So Taser, let's say around a minute is the gap, and he's very close on the edge as well. On a personal lap, was ahead. Kleines Karussell, now Galgenkopf. Drifting the Audi through the corner. Let's see what the sector time is saying here. 8/10 up. And the gap to Coup a minute. And I would assume that jumps to less than a minute any second now. Yep. Oh, even does fine time on the straight, so very good exit. Potentially did save some fuel even in his previous fast lap. Oh, drifting through the last corner, that lost some time, but that should still be a personal best. What's going to be the time? 1:14:15, 1:16 flat. That's a bit of a shame because that could have been an 815 high. But progress is progress, so Taser will be happy with that, I think. He is cool. I think he just saw the name tag. They were really close to each other on track. One on the second straight, the other after Michael Schumacher, as the tracks are I don't know, 20-30 meters apart only at this point. So Ku decides to continue despite the damage. Kick Mac, 1 minute 40 still. And now the leader's coming in the pit lane, and with the last scheduled pit stop. Coming in, here we have Spencer, Flansgarten 2. No, it was Flansgarten 1, apologies. This is Flansgarten 2. Stefan Bellof is. In the meantime, Kickmack reached the pits for a brief pit stop. Tires are already changed, and I assume around 50. Yeah, 47. So pretty much half fuel to be safe for 2 laps. You can see on the timer we have 12 minutes to go. 8 minutes is 1 lap. Let's say 11. So 3 minutes left before the timer runs out, and depending on how someone hits the trigger to activate the 180-second timer window, it's going to be 6 minutes into the second lap. And here on the GP layout we just saw in the background, the night is fading away and the day is coming in more and more, and I'm curious to see what the gap is going to be like. We see 1 minute 37, so Spencer's outlap was really quick. 1 minute 19, 15, yeah, it needs a bit of time to approach. But I do hope it's below a minute. And it's clearly not. It's a 1 minute 3 seconds, so that is the difference in fuel. As I said a lap before, Spencer had to refuel 1 more lap for 3 laps in total, while Kickmack had to do the same thing for 2 laps, so that's the difference. And Ku unfortunately picked up even more damage. Also has damage on the rear. I'm afraid he has to come in, and he is definitely losing to that position. Taser with damage as well. Yeah, I think Ku's just done. Here off again. Yeah, it's not really beautiful to watch that, I think. The concentration is gone a long time, and he holds on, brings the car home. That's what you have to do, and is happy if he's done for the day. I think Taser was off here with a similar stage. Holds it on track at Bergwerk at least. Our player still continuing with the damage. Yeah, there's not really any reason, and with 8 minutes 20 to go,
25 to go. Drunken Panda is on the start finish line and giving the last lap times. Panda will trigger a checkered flag as the first driver. He will have completed 20 laps. And then he starts the timer. Nice drive on board with Taser last time. Cool, 20 seconds ahead. Substantial damage. Potentially both drivers could pit. I'm curious to see what the decision is. For it definitely makes sense to pit. Oh no, yellow flag, that speaks that Ku had something, but Taser as well. Spun. Or does it make sense? It's just one more lap anyway. And given the concentration level, I don't want to sound mean, but the chance that either driver is going to damage the car anyway and are slow again because of that is pretty high. So yeah, pitting for one lap after that, it doesn't make... I'm not sure what's the best decision. Thing is, with the huge damage Ku has, again yellow flag. Come on. Spun out of carousel. Picked up the penalty as well. Yeah, that's I think set in stone now. Taser is going to get that third position. The penalty is not helping Ku as well, obviously. Taser can barely see him. Obviously makes up quite some ground now. Yeah, it would make sense for Ku to pit, I think, with so many damage and Taser. Honestly, has a choice. He can stay out. Oh, come on, Ku. Tiergarten, you brake on the right-hander, bring the car under braking to the left, and there's a barrier you always avoid. And of course, Ku didn't do that this time, otherwise he wouldn't have spun there. Luckily for Taser though, that he wasn't collected by that. Yeah, of course he stays out. Good news is this is definitely the last pit stop you'll see today in this stint. Ku didn't even change tires, yeah. Doesn't make much sense. Our player crossing the line a final time. It's not enough time, I guess, even with the 3-minute timer for him to cross the line a second time. And then I think we have this driver, Panda, will be the first one
to reach the start and finish line after the timer hits 3 hours. Kickmack on his final lap, lap 22. One last time through the AMG arena, or Yokohama is to be most precise. Glad to see that here Spencer was able to bring the gap down lower than a minute. And he's really on a fly, 2.5 seconds up. Obviously, he had less fuel in the car, so is this potentially a lap lower than 8 minute 10? Is it an 8 minute 9 something? What will we see? 7? Even a 7! Wow! Great job by him. 8:07.669. Nice. Well done, bud. Unfortunately, we will see no counterattack from Kickmack, as he will come across the sub-finish straight one more time. Yeah, he is quicker at the moment. And 1 minute 20 to go. Final minute, and then the 3 hours are over. And with all of Döttinger ahead of us, it is not possible. And Drunken Panda will be the first to see the checkered flag indeed. Five seconds, 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, and with that the 3 hours are over. The timer has not started yet. Ouch! He touched the wall, but Drunken Panda is now done. P6. 11:58, and he's over the line now. Final lap for everyone, and I think only Taser is going to see the checkered flag. Everyone else is positioned on a track where they will not see the checkered flag. And I think it will even be close. Some good job, Torsten. Yeah, Kickmack going to win, I think. But showed some good space here in second position. But Kickmack, not the quickest, but definitely the only one here that hadn't had any mistake. And that's the most important part, getting through with good pace, doing no mistakes, and very well done to Kickmack.
Unfortunately, I cannot see how much the timer has left. But it should end around 3 hours, 3 minutes and, I don't know, 15 seconds. Let's see, where is our player? Here, who Taser was it? Who has a chance of reaching the checkered flag? I don't think it's possible for him. So I think we stay with Kickmack. Didn't show him really much as he was leading the pack comfortably, and he deserves to be in the spotlight for the last moments. Thank God it's done. Yeah. I have nothing to add to that. Blue flags for someone, but I think we won't see our player get overtaken or lapped, as the stint should end in the next couple of seconds. On point. Yo, Kickmack. Victory for him. Well done. Showing the results. That's everything. And now saving the replay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, please. So, yeah. Then I quickly leave the lobby, delete some stuff, so I can save replays again. Thank you, Gran Turismo. Yeah, small detour. I'm doing that now because I have to switch very soon to save the gaps and then hop in for Stint 5. So you can take the detour with me, and what do I have saved what I truly do not need? That can go, that can go. Autopolis pains a bit, but that can go. Trial Mountain. That sucks, that all. And it should be enough. I save it, delete a bit more. Monza. That pains. I don't want to delete them, but I need the space. Oh, Spa. That was a short lobby. That can go. That was a real lobby. It was 500 megabyte. I don't want to let that go. Auto Rains in the Nürburgring. That can go. I really don't want to remember that. I wasn't a good stint. Yeah, that has to be enough now. Okay. Back to multiplayer. I'm going to leave you alone because I'm taking care of the gaps. Okay, next lobby isn't open yet. That will be happen very soon. I will take care of the gaps and will be back hopefully soon, like in 5 minutes. Then everything runs smooth, I hope. Otherwise it will take a bit. Yeah, Panda just overflowed that message. Yeah, sorry for wheel issues. That's the worst. I hope you can figure it out soon. So I'll be back in a hot minute. Okay, I'm back. We have the grid. And I'm pretty sure we can start in time. But Spencer also has the grid order. Bit concerning that we only have 3 drivers. At the moment, but I do hope everyone is coming in soon. Just checking something. Okay, yeah. Now everything correct as it should be. So, I will be gone for one moment because I make myself a cup of tea. And then I will be back. See you then. So estimated start is in 6 minutes. Unfortunately, only 5 drivers appeared so far. Let's see who's missing. Who is missing? King Rowan should be in the lobby. He's not. Mr. Hex is in the lobby. Celi is in the lobby. GT Icke is in the lobby. Yannick is in the lobby. Oh no, Koo has to drive a double stint. That poor lad. Sportsmad is in the lobby. So who's missing? King Roan? I can't find him for some reason. But Feldman Motorsports is definitely missing. Ike Yannick. It says Koo. Okay, yeah, I pinged everyone and what they do with that information is up to them. Okay, I grab my tea.
Okay, some drivers are coming in. So very unfortunately, out of the what was it? 12 teams, I think. 11 teams. 10 only started. Two are we lost two on race day, so we are 8 at most, and 5 are in the lobbies. One driver apparently is missing because he couldn't do more than one stint and can't do another stint. One other driver is coming in, claims to have problems with his PlayStation right now. I don't know how that can happen. If everyone prepares and is in time in the lobby, something like that shouldn't happen. And one driver is missing and I don't even know. Yeah, I'm glad that we have one more driver King Roan joined. So we are at least 6. Start 8 minutes past 4. Who's the lobby host? But Spencer.
Apparently you have to tell the drivers to press ready again. For fucking sake. That would be the stupidest reason to have a whole stint not counted for you, because the driver forget to press ready. So, where does King Rowan go into the grid? P3. Okay. One minute. Okay. Hey Ike, good luck for the race. Fingers crossed. Keep it clean. Yep. So we are 12 people watching, so for everyone new, thank you very much for joining in this late or early today. This is stint 5 of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here in DS. This is the second lobby, and yeah, unfortunately we lost quite some teams. In that case, even 2 drivers who are not participating for unknown reasons. Anyway, that doesn't stop us to have a good race, hopefully. It is Ingete Ike ahead of Seli. Hey, Kickmac. Yeah, congratulations for the performance. Well done. Great race. Night stints continue with stint 5. Ike ahead of Seli, King Rowan, Sportmed, Mr. Hex, Yannick. Unfortunately, that's all we have for this stint. Ike leads the field. Seli tries something around the outside. I thought for a moment there, has a slot in behind. King Rowan in 3rd position. Those 3 are really close together. King Rowan maybe having a look on Seli, but the German can defend from the Dutch. On this occasion, Sportmed, Mr. Hag, and Yannick all close together. Nice to see the white and red Lexus back. It was quite some time after disconnect from the stint before. Mr. Hags behind with a late dive and pushes the car aside. In my opinion, that wasn't a fair move. If you can only overtake by pushing the car out of your way, I don't think that's a move that should be fine. That should be penalized, in my opinion. Sportmed lost 1 position for that. Yannick in the not in the BRZ, in the Audi, of course, for Pegasus, couldn't profit from that maneuver. Back to the front, Ike ahead of Seli. unfortunately here quite a bit of tire screwing, so lobby connection seems a bit unstable. I do hope everything runs smoothly, whilst Ike got a bit of breathing room, but Sealy really feeling King Roan behind him. Nice to see so many cars in one picture. The last stint was really dull, and the skill of most drivers that weren't on the top two positions were a bit questionable. So I really hope we're in for an exciting race. Sealy pushing the car completely to the outside, giving everything he's got, because he's under so much pressure. Now Ike feels the pressure, of course. The very first car in this line, everyone behind has slipstream. This is a long flat out section here, Schwedenkreuz, flat out, maybe a small lift, but then again back on a full throttle. Arenberg quite downhill under the Postbrücke, down, everything downhill, Fuchsröhre, Kompression, Adenauer Forst, quite high speed everything. Roan is looking for a move. Ike, oh, there was a leg apparently. Looked like he was in the barrier, but oh well, nothing happened, no damage, that's the important part. Ike continues just fine, Sealy behind, and Roan, those three within a second. Only a second gap to Mr. Hex, Spotmat and Yannick, and in my opinion it can continue like this. I wouldn't mind. King Roan, Mr. Hex, where's Ike? Oh no, Ike spawned on the entry. Somehow no damage. I'm not sure how that happened. If that was the exit of Metzgerfeld or the next corner already. Apparently he spawned and he lost all position. He's now on the bottom of the field, which V6, yeah, that's the truth. Apparently he's the bottom of the field right now. Not the front bottom of the field, but the bottom. The very bottom of the field. Yeah, no harm done. It's still a long race, 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. You lost only 10 seconds. Keep your head down and you come back. Now, Sealy leading the field, second from Roan. Roan is in the Porsche, and Porsche, I wouldn't say especially great or bad, with decent top speed. I think the sky looks really weird looking at that. What do you think, Chad? Is that just me, or looks the sky really weird? It looks quite odd. I'm sorry. Roan with Porsche with mediocre top speed. The Porsche, I think, need some tuning to get into the area. The Supra, on the other hand, is just top speed auto. It is really big on the straights, so I think passing the Supra will be a challenge for the Porsche, even with slipstream. Sportmac in third position, and Hex with a big mistake, question mark, or was that just lag? Always difficult to judge. No damage and no really any time loss, so I think it was just lag. Yannick, and here we have Ike already catching Yannick a bit, so I do hope we see Ike coming back to that group and fighting his way back. Roan with a small mistake somewhere. He lost some ground. The gap was below a second, but now it's 2 seconds. Yeah, and sport mat now with front bumper damage. Had to let go Yannick. Maybe that happened on Hohe Acht. Track is really steep and then it's flattened up, so you understeer a bit on the top. Also, there are high curves. If you go on that curve and the track flattens up behind that, your wheels are in the air and you cannot steer, and the barrier is really close. So that's an explanation I have. Riding on board again with Porsche. This time it is Icke, not King Rome. See if we can make an overtake on Sportman, but apparently Yannick here in the Audi has to fear to get overtaken because Sportsman is really close. The damage on the front bumper will limit the top speed of the Lexus a bit, but let's see how it goes. We see the gap is increasing, but with higher and higher speeds the slipstream becomes more effective, but the damage is just too much. He's losing time and now the slipstream becomes less effective because it's so out. Now it's completely out the window. And maybe King Rowan has a chance to overtake. No, not quite. It's the very first lap. Let's see if Sportmat decides to pit or stay out. Stays out. No pit stop. So then we can check what's going on to the front. 8:60 in the first lap of Sely. Looking very quick. Rowan with more time loss, quite a lot of time loss. There must have been some kind of big mistake. He lost 4 more seconds in the last 3 minutes, and yeah, 1.5 minutes is just driving straight from that. I'm staying with Yannick for now, or is it? No, I think it's even better to go on Ike. Hier kehre. Approaching Schumacher S. Sportsman with a bit more curb because stays completely on the track with his Porsche on the exit. And he would love to make that overtake work on the GP layout because it is so much easier to do that. And the most important part, it is a completely different risk factor. In the slipstream, and that should work because the Lexus has problem with the speed. He's somewhat there but not quite, and Ike has to give up and try again. Sportmat not came through nicely there. Leaves the door open now, and Ike uses that to his advantage and goes through. Not sure if there was a mistake by Sportmat or if he decided to let him go. Yeah, thank you, Panda. I think the lobby is quite weird. And if you look at the sky, it looks almost like a PS1 game. Let's be gentle, let's say a PS2 game, but it looks really flat. Like the skybox, the cube that it is, usually it gets shaded better, so it looks really natural, but this looks horrible. Look at the clouds, you can almost count pixels there. Make a screenshot and you can count pixels of the cloud. It looks really weird. I'm exiting for one moment and go back again. No, that didn't save me. I think that's the same for everyone and have to deal with that. take a slip off my tee. That's good. Now I'm babbling around for 3.5 hours. I really need that. Staying with Ike, because he should have the pace to get back to Yannick, potentially Hex, Rowan, Sealy as well. And we'll see what he can do. One overtake done on the connection road between GP Loop and Nordschleife. And he's closing to get ready. It's 2.5 seconds. I think it was 4.5. So Ike, good pace. Yeah, a bit unfortunate what happened to him, that he lost that momentum. Going through the field and coming back to this battle, we see Yannick 250. That's not too bad of top speed. I like the dark, but or driving in the dark, but I'm glad that the sun finally rises again, because now we can actually see the cars. That was almost impossible in the first part of Stint before. Mr. Hex with a decent gap behind, but already 11 seconds. Rowan in second position. Let's see. Almost 10 ahead. Yeah, really pushing the car. It looks aggressive. He's not looking after tires or fuel, he's just pushing. Maybe also a different strategy where Rowan is going drive 5 laps instead of 4. Now we are right where we want to be. The gap is around second. Oh my god, I love T. You get also PS5. Which wheel do you get? It sounds like you get a new one. That's really crucial. Not many corners to go. Gap is around the second. It definitely needs to hold that in that window to enjoy the slipstream. Trustmaster Steve 300 RS. Okay, yeah. I hope everything works out trouble-free and you enjoy driving with that. And it should be an overtake maneuver coming. No mistake, please, through the next 2 corners, and Ike makes up 1 position. Yannick a bit more aggressive through the Kleiner Carousel, but lost on Galgenkopf, and now Ike is really early in the slipstream, has a lot of momentum. I think Ike is saving a bit of fuel because he lost a bit of ground, and now he decides to come back. Yeah, he gets by him at the end of the straight. You do not want to overtake your opponent at the beginning of the straight because they can slipstream go by you, and Yannick definitely had more than a look. Wanted to re-overtake him. Now Ike needs a good exit to defend for turn 1, and then he should drive away. You're saying I'm driving a T150 at the moment, which is a pain. The longer I use it, yeah, I can understand. Especially if it's just one more week that you have to wait. I think you're pretty happy and looking for that wheel. So, Yannick couldn't set a re-overtaking attempt at Ike, so I think Ike has the chance to drive away now, looking for Hex now, 6 seconds. And after a second lap, that was rather slow, or slow air, Sportmat had to accept that he has to pit to repair the damage. It is quite annoying that damage of a wheel or, for example, is better to handle than having the front damage, because you lose, I don't know, maybe even 20 kph on the straights, and that makes 3 seconds potentially only on the back straight, not to speak of the rest of the part of the track. And now Sportmat ignored the white line, and the game rewards him with 3 seconds time penalty, so that's not game over, of course, but it's definitely an unnecessary, unforced error. Let's see what's happening in front. We're in lap 3, and I expect the first stops to be in lap 4, so 1.5 laps to go, round about that. And Sadie, I think, is really on his way for 4-lapper. It's very aggressive, pushing the car. Fuel is already below half, and yeah, 8:08, 9 is a very decent lap time. Then we have Rowan, who has around half fuel left, which is much more looking like he's doing 5 laps. His lap time 8:15, 6 seconds slower. It seems bad for him at the moment, but the question is what the strategy is going to be over 3 hours. And Sealy can push, but if he has to take almost pit stop, that's going to be 40-50 seconds extra. Okay, never mind. Rowan, Metzgersfeld, he went in too hard, and the corner is built in a way that you have to make the corner just right. There is very little curbing that you can use, but as soon as, well, not as soon, but you put the car straight in a straight line, you have a moment, then you have to brake, and if you use too much of the road, you are on the grass, you have to correct the car, but you already have to brake at the moment, but you cannot bring the car back. You brake on the grass, you don't have the same deceleration, and there's no way you can hold the car. But yeah, crash into wall exactly like we just saw. Mr. Rex. Yeah, you can see it. American, completely a different part of the world, and it's been quite laggy. But to be fair, Ike is on the same server, continent server. It seems to be quite laggy as well. He's 3 seconds behind X. Only 8:21. The first lap is so slow because he spun. Why is the second lap only 8:21? I mean, he was behind Sportmat on the GP loop. Cost maybe, I don't know, not less than 2 seconds. So I'm not sure. I thought that we would see much quicker lap time from Icke. Here, hohe 8. That's where I think Sportman could have gotten the damage. Around 3 seconds, so we're potentially in 8:15 at best. And looking at the fuel consumption, I'm not sure if that's 5-lapper. Making up ground definitely towards Hex. Yeah, I might fall asleep, so I say bye in advance. Yeah. Okay, good night. Thanks for stepping by, saying hi in chat. That's appreciated. Have a good night. If I don't hear anything from you, I know you've fallen asleep. Unfortunately for Ike, he is not close enough to be in slipstream. A chance to compare top speeds. 239, yeah, 240 under the bridge. 60, 61. Maybe the Porsche is 1-2 kilometers quicker. Yeah, 33 and 2, 5. Yeah, seems like 3 kilometers, and also maybe a better exit because now it is close to 1 second. Let's hop on board. Tiergarten to find the braking chicanes, and now we're back on the GP loop. Okay, yeah, I saw the messages. I'm not sure what or how that even can happen, and why the drivers are not available. For one driver, I have something in mind why that happened, but still, that they are not around is not great. And we missed that Yannick went to the pit lane. The driver picked up some damage. That's the Audi. Only front, so nothing too big. We'll put him down, and we'll make Sportman quite happy that he has someone on track close to him. Yannick falling behind Sportman. And now finally repairing, refueling the car at the same time, and around 10 seconds behind, and we're back. Yeah, probably sleeping and didn't set or heard the alarms. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't hear the alarm. Usually people go to work or to school, so some form of alarm is normal, I think. And setting an alarm, I don't know. That should be not an issue really. Yeah. Anyway, that's somewhat of a tradition that some team hasn't got a driver available because they oversleep while Hex in the wall. Ike drives carefully around him, gaining that position, and Hex, with decent car control, managed to not pick up damage, but also not endanger Ike. It's a bit of a shame that the overtake happened like this. Now Ike back in P3, but 17 behind. Rowan continues to drive with that damage. Ike's lap time was an 8:18, so that's nothing impressive to be honest. Rowan 8:22, not impressive as well. And Saley already with a higher time, 8:12, it's nothing too impressive as well. And he will going to pit again for that for sure. Yeah, maybe. We have to drive at 4. Lobby opens half an hour earlier, so maybe set your alarm for 3 AM. That stint before is at midnight, so it's a bit easier. Yeah, that's probably right. That's the hardest stint for that. That stint will be done at 7. So the next stint will start at 7:30, and I think that's okay. If you want to push it, you can set the alarm for 7. Come into the lobby and be fine. And 7 o'clock is, I think, something most people get up anyway. Of course, during the week. On the weekends, quite some different. Yeah. Ike making some ground on Rowan. Important for him that he started to build a gap to Hex, so Hex can't use the slipstream to benefit his race from Ike. And Yannick are apart by 16 seconds already. I think I'll leave you alone for a moment with Saley, who's going to come in at the end of the lap anyway, and then it goes in a bit because I'm going to make another tea because that was quite good. So, the kettle is cooking. And I'm just back in time before Sealy is entering the pit lane. .38 of King Roan, who is most likely going into the pit lane now as well. Maybe Ike. Oh, I don't think he's going to stay up for another lap. Tires changed, King Roan in the pit, and yeah, Ike as well. Mr. Hex, I assume, has to pit as well. Out and back on track with where is he with a full tank, used everything. Then King Roan is the second, has to repair the car, so that would cost him some seconds. I don't think it will be enough for Ike to jump in the pits, but the gap will be slower, will be closer than 15 seconds. Now we hear the repairs. And off he goes. Ike. And now Hex. Hex made quite some time to Ike because he had so much more fuel and didn't have to stand so long. Here we have Sportman, who is just 2 seconds behind Mr. Hex. And I think the water is ready, so I'll be back in a second. Can you hear me, chat? Just said that my headset disconnected, but it looks fine to me. No, I hear the sound. Well, it says connected. Should be alright. So Yannick was in the meantime again in the pit line, as it seems. So that's the reason why he is 1.5 minutes behind. Very unfortunate for the team. And then we have Hex. Oh, come on! They were in order. And I'm going away for 5 seconds and Mr. Hex had some mistake. Maybe the end of Hoheneichen. Rear tire and bumper. That's unfortunate. Hex driving with the chrome helmet, I think, of Lennon Norris. Nice replica. Sportman definitely got through without picking up any damage. He was, I
think 3 seconds behind, so it's likely, given the gap and how short of times when we weren't on those two, that the accident happened on Mr. Hex's account alone. And Sportman wasn't involved in that. Ike 10 seconds to Rowan, who has half a minute to Silly already. Now we're going a bit wide here out of Versheifen. Already 40 minutes after the stint. Quite crazy how quick time goes. Ike, for some reason, Ike lost a bit of momentum. Sportman is really closing in, and gap opened up again to 15 seconds, so some mistake happened there. Let's ride on board with Sportman. Past 82, that's Pipperman. Very fast corner. You can attack the curbs up the hill now and right down again for Brünnchen. One of my favorite corners on the track. Double apex. You stay on the left outside for the next part of the corner. Short breathing room. You can use some curb. Then the YouTube corner, curbing on the outside can be quite tricky to use at ice curve. Not the best grip. Careful on traction, and then we're preparing for Pflanzgarten. Here the cars lose ground for a brief moment, and Sportman almost in the gravel. Yeah, lost some momentum. I had to lift more than he wanted to. If you can use that to increase the gap after 2 seconds, after it was about 1 second, so that is very important for the Porsche driver in front, because otherwise we'll see that overtake maneuver we saw so many times in this race already, that driver is using the famous and long overtake maneuver to his advantage to get that position. That corner not great as well. Yeah, losing half a tenth already. Now picking up again some. Look at the gap. It was 1.9, some high 1.9, and now it's 1.8. Now it's 2. That's a bit weird. Now he's losing. I think he is saving fuel, and Ike is doing something similar. Maybe to reach the goal he wants, which could be 2 more laps, he has to save some fuel.
was a bit of a late shift. Yeah, we definitely can fully enjoy this battle, as this is the closest we have at the moment. Thought Ike would have the pace to go back to fight with King Rome. Sealy looks like he's a bit in a league of his own at the moment. Thanks again for the 8 people that are watching. It is in the middle of the night. Well, morning isn't too far away actually. Almost 5 o'clock. Around this time my alarm rings anyway for work, so a normal day for me for now, I guess. Yeah. I'm curious, maybe Ike gets a bit an easier life because Sportmat wants to go one more lap, and then to achieve that he has to save some fuel. Even 9 people watching. Mad at this time. Yeah, thank you everyone. I think Panda definitely fell asleep now. Sportmat still 3.5 seconds. He has about 30 liters left, and I think you need you need 20 liters for 1 lap. So I think he's okay-ish to go for 2 more laps. Let's look at Ike for a moment. Is there anyone still driving with the damage? No, they're all quite on different fuel to Sportmat. So chat, is there anything you would like to share? Tell a story. On the second part of the lap, Sportmat seems to be getting a bit stronger, made up half a second again. Nice to see this headshot a bit higher. You can really see this very nice red color with the Spider-Man logo on it. Especially on the roof, I think it really fits the car. as expected on the long flat out part from Bergwerk until here, Steilstrecke. The Lexus is losing out the Porsche, but now in the corners it should be equal again. Yeah, it's drifting a bit from 2.5 to 3.5 seconds. Even used second gear for a moment, that's definitely too low. At least for the cars I tested. But again, here second gear for quite some time. So I guess the gearing setup from the Lexus is a bit different to other cars. Going wide on Stefan Bellow is cutting the track there, but fortunately the track curves back, so could drive back on the tarmac in a straight line. Maybe lost some time there. Yes, it's about 4 seconds now. But overall, no big deal. Now curious to see top speed. And if Sportman is again saving fuel. Grabbing the car on the 5th gear completely, now shifting very late into 6th. 255, that's quite low, so I would say at least to fuel mixture tube. It makes only sense if he stays out now and continues for one more lap. Lost about a second in the last part of the lap. But he can stay out. Continue one more lap. And with lap 7, about 15 laps to go. Hex is also staying out despite this hefty damage. I think if you look at the steering input, you can see how irregular the movement is. It's fair to assume that Hex is driving with a controller. With a wheel, having damage on a wheel on one tire isn't too bad, because you can very precisely steer against that, so it's even. But with a controller, it's very hard to hit that correct angle and stay with that. Then you have to turn as well and then find that angle again. It's a different story and really challenging. And that is what you can see there on the HUD. Michael Schumacher is, of course, that part doesn't go full. I think fuel-wise he could continue, but I would advise just rather pit a lap early. And Yannick, it's not really working for him, has to pit once more with a further damage to the Audi.
goes, and he definitely used the AI to drive, and that was quite some aggressive movement by the AI. But ultimately, the AI isn't aware of the white line, just wants to go back onto the racing lane as soon as possible, and that rewards him with 3 seconds. And I do hope that he takes the controller very soon and starts driving again. See, we hadn't him in the picture for a long time, leading by 3/4 minute. And if you look at the tire wear, the rear tires look really good, and the front tires are suffering a bit more. On the way onto a personal best lap time. So far, he already holds the fastest lap in this stint with 8 or 8.9. It was done in his second lap, but now he should be a bit more into the rhythm, so he can find maybe a bit more time. Let's see what's happening after the carousel section of many corners, one flowing into the next one happens, and if you feel comfortable and on a rhythm, you maybe can find a bit of time. The carousel looks really weird, even more bumpy than usual, like it's still holding on. Let's look on board. The sky cleared up a bit, so you can't see any clouds at the moment, so that definitely helps the impression. That used to be really horrible. A lot of curb and a bit of dirt flew away there. He's 2/10. Maybe now even more because he took so much risk. It looked definitely quick. No, it didn't. It cost him time. Maybe it was the corner after that. I thought maybe that was slow, but after, except from that, I didn't saw any mistakes. So I'm a bit confused why he lost around a second there. Yeah, but with being so much up his PV, I don't think he can do much more because the corners are running out in this lap. So yeah, 1 second, and there are a handful of corners left where he can make a difference. So most likely no improvement for the personal best. So far, still good enough to increase the gap, as Rowan has damage again. Ike and Spotmat, the gap open up to 9 seconds. CD will stay out for one more lap and will pit at the end of lap 8. Round he goes for one more lap before he pits. 8:10, great lap. Nevertheless. Roan. It seems like it is P2 at the moment for him. Sealy looks too strong. Then on the other hand, he looks quicker than Ike and Sportmad. But now with that damage, if he's going to pit, he will fall behind them. Let's see what he decides. He would have gone for one more lap after this. And it stays like this. He stays out. .817. And that 817 with damage is quicker than Ike's fastest lap, which is an 818. And yep, that still holds on as Ike repeats this lap, but can't get it down. But Sportmath is now finally in the pit lane. After an early pit stop, he did 5 laps now and had to save some fuel to get back into this strategy rhythm, but now finally he's done it with 1% of fuel left. Mr. Hex flew by. It's the wrong way until we reach Yannick, who unfortunately picked up damage. Yep, again. Sorry, commentator's curse. So I'm staying at Ike for a moment and we'll be right back. I'm enjoying my tea for a moment. Hey chat, did you miss me? So let's go through the field once more. Sealy leading, was in the pit lane, 53 ahead of Rowan, who was also in the pit lane. Then we have Ike, also in the pit lane. And Ike actually decreased the gap a bit. It was about 16 seconds now, 13 small steps, baby steps into Rowan's direction. Spot med, 18 seconds behind, so the gap opened up quite a bit. It was about 10 seconds. Then we have Hex finally repaired that damage, but already 30 behind Spotmat, 2 minutes behind Celix. Yannick, not really running smoothly for him. Damage again. Oh, that was cutting Stefan Bell off as. That's for the second part. Obviously a lot of problems. 2 laps in a row in 9-minute range, and this is most likely going to be a 9-minute lap as well. Already, let's round it up to 5 minutes behind within an hour 10. So we're looking with that pace, unfortunately, for a gap that is around, let's add it up by 3:12 minutes, so 1.5 laps behind. I do hope he finds his rhythm, and if he wouldn't have to box every lap, that of course helps, but things like this don't. Yeah, okay, something is completely not working for Yannick. I don't know what it is, if that is a lack of concentration. But this is truly not working. Oh no, unfortunately Rowan already picked up another damage, front this time, and as we know, front is hurting the top speed so much. Overall it's not too bad. You will lose obviously some time on a lap, but especially on a top speed you're just a sitting duck. For some reason, and I don't understand how, Ike is losing time despite that Rowan has damage that happened now and happened before they pitted. So unfortunately I don't really see Ike as a proper threat as long as Rowan keep it on the black stuff. Doesn't get any damage, don't need to repair, do unscheduled pit stops, that they're losing too much time. But yeah, hey, maybe things change. I thought the Lexus Dawn had P3 safe in the books, but then too many mistakes in the last 20-30 minutes happened, and things went south from there for the team. Now picking up again some time. Hi, 10 people in chat. Hello, good morning. Hope you had a restful night. Can go through the field. You're probably aware that we lost 2 teams right before the race even started, or one team clowned around and sorted themselves out before we had to intervene. So it's 8 starters. And currently you see only 6 because 2 teams didn't provide any driver for the stint. We have no explanation how that happened or why that happened, why they weren't available. So it's like driving on Gran Turismo 6 currently only with Gran Turismo 4 only with 6 cars on track. Felix is rocking this thing over a minute gap to King Roan with damage, clearly the second quickest driver ahead of Ike. Ike, I don't see him closing the gap and overtaking Roan on his own, but only had one mistake, Ike, and that mistake cost him some positions in the opening lap, but there was no damage. And if you continue like this, driving the car home with a decent pace, then second place is not out of question here. Roan continues. The outlap was 8 minute 56, and Ike's outlap was 8 minute 49, so let's round up 5 or 6 seconds. So if Ike can hold that, he is 2-3 seconds away at the end of this lap, and maybe has a shot in lap 12 to overtake. And it's some time until we go to sport mode 17 behind. And I'm afraid a bit out of competition as well. Seli and King Roan are quicker. I think the same speed as Ike, but here and there a mistake with damage. If he continues to drive the remaining 2 hours 40 without any big mistake or damage, maybe he can get Ike. It will be tough, they seem to be evenly matched. Similar story for Hex. He's a bit too slow to put him there, but maybe can find something. But right now, yeah, currently driving with damage again, nursing the car home again until he can pit in his strategy window without losing too much time. And unfortunately, Yannick is fighting with everything, with himself, with the car, tires, track mostly. And yeah, if you look at the timing tower, you see a lot of 9s lately, and this lap already 7 minutes, and we are at
at Brünnchen and you want to be around the Kleines Karussell at 7, so that's going to be a very high 8, but most likely a 9 as well. And to be honest, with so many mistakes, it doesn't even make sense to pit every lap, waste 40 seconds there and repair the car if you're going to drive 2 minutes and then have it damage again. So very little positive things, unfortunately, what I can say here that makes Pegasus some hope. Yep, and that is definitely going to be 9-minute lap time again. Let's drive on board with Sealy. One downshift, 1.8 seconds ahead of the personal best, so we're talking about an 808 or even a high 807 at the moment. Let's see what potential there still lays. Also hitting the brake marker, quite bumpy. That's not how Sealy is driving that really. Something with the lobby connection isn't the best. Everything runs now, so that's amazing. But that wasn't like, that was a real mistake. Or was it? You didn't, there wasn't any time loss. Okay, apparently we can't trust our eyes. Yeah. Very sorry for the quality of the connection. And Yannick has left the room at 1 hour 21:30, and yeah, he was probably in his 10th lap. So we are 5 drivers. I'm going back to outside view because the onboard camera is very deceiving. I thought sometimes there was a mistake and it looked really slow, and then the lap time was still fine. The lag is just too big at the moment. 1.3. So mid-7. Found some on the straight, so maybe brilliant exit. So possibly a lower 807. I don't think 806.9 or something like that. Let's prove me wrong. Nope, it's an 807.1. I think still slower than Paul's lap. Paul was driving the Stint before, was driving extremely well, Within the first hour I had a 3/4 minute advantage, and his personal best was an 8:06. I'm not sure about the digits after the second dot, so I think it was a mid, maybe 0.6, something like that. Yeah, definitely quite the gap. 1 minute 25. Yeah, given the nature of the damage that drone carries on. Yeah, the lap time is really slow. 8:25, so 18 seconds in this lap alone. Ike only with 8:19, and to be honest, that can't be it. That the driver that is going to take the second place here is 11 seconds slower a lap. Yeah, I think there are some rule changes in desperate need about the number of teams we need to have before allowing a second lobby, and definitely about the driver, the skill of the driver before they are allowed to enter, because that's not the standard of racing I want to see, and I definitely don't want to present to others. In the background we saw Sportmat, who did a personal best. Nice to see 2-second improvement from his previous lap. What was his personal best before that? It was an 8:18.5, so 2 personal best lap times in a row. The last one was a big improvement, and with that he was 2.5 seconds also quicker as Ike. So well done. Let's try again the onboard camera, and if that stays stable, we hopefully can stay here and hope and maybe get the overtaking attempt of Ike. It's 3.5 seconds between him and Ron. And I don't understand, the gap just increased to 3.8 for a moment there. And now even 4 seconds. King Roan is increasing the gap despite having the damage. Now it's Ike time because the straight it is just so much slower. Let's see at the end of the curve, 2:59. Well, difficult to read, but there was maybe 5 kilometers per hour difference. Yeah, 4/10 on this straight alone. Let's compare again. What's the top speed here? 57. And here was a 64, so I think even 7 kph. And one last time before Metzgersfeld to 28 to 35, again 7 kph. So it is gaining 6-7 kph
at the end of each straight. Oh, and Rowan had another mistake. With even more damage. Luckily, he was able to roll away, and there was no contact with Ike. And as well, I'm glad that he was able to found the right way and is keeping going. And Sportmad wasn't arriving there whilst Rowan was reversing, because that could have been ugly. That's part of the track where you come around the corner, it's very downhill, your eyes are focused on the exit on the outside, and then there's the other car more on the inside at the moment, reversing. As little you can do. There is just a small reaction time window. Yep, we see 14 seconds down. Yeah, with the damage that he has, 10 seconds is the damage, I'd say. I think he's going. Well, he should pit now. Hi, Pegasus. Yeah. Yannick disconnected. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate, especially now that we are only 5 drivers. But with 2 lobby disconnects already, plus usual disconnect, I don't know. It's really disappointing to see. There's nothing we can do. We as a series or as drivers, and especially here in a 3-hour stint race for a 24-hour event, you put so much preparation into it, drive your heart out, and something completely out of your control happens. Felt sorry for Paul, who was leading the race when he got disconnected. And I think it was last round with the WC event where I'm not sure who it was, but there was one driver disconnecting with less than 5 minutes to go. I mean, for the overall time he had, there was of course a small time penalty, but it was maybe 5 to 10 seconds, so nothing too big. It barely made any difference. But you're driving for 1 hour 50 minutes or 55 minutes, and you want to finish the race. Obviously, you want to see the rewards, but mostly you want to have the feeling, yeah, I achieved that. I've done that. Seeley is pitting. Picked up some damage. Not that we really noticed, given from the gaps. I mean, Ike is through Galgenkopf, and the gap increased through there. And with 4-stopper, I think they have 11 laps done, so 11 laps to go, potentially at 12. You can make that work quite well with 4 lappers. Ike now back into P2. Out, of course, and keep going. I think it would be better for him to pit now with the wheel damage, and he decides to do so. Sportmat got close, 1 second was the gap. goes again, still ahead of Hex, who has damaged himself. But stays out. Okay. So the gap to Rome below half a minute, but that will open up again with the damage situation. Hex is continuing to drive. Spotmat P3 will be interesting because Roan should be quicker, I think. Our lap times weren't really strong because there were a lot of pit stop laps and laps with damage. But I think Rome was quicker. Ike, I think, is the slowest of the top 4 drivers. But hasn't done any mistakes after lap 1. Within 50 seconds, but Sealy, yeah, I mentioned that, pitted. Yeah, again, chat, if you have something you want to chat about specifically, write me a message. If you want to share something, write a post, comment. Because right now there's nothing going on, the field is a bit spread out. I think I go to Hex for a while because I wasn't showing the Eric's driver for quite some time, really. New people coming in, hello to you, good morning, hope you had a good night, good sleep, feel rested. Unfortunately, we have only 5 drivers left, as one team didn't participate, one team took their participation back, and 2 drivers weren't able to show up in the lobby, and 1 more driver had a disconnect. So that's what we have right now for the next 1 hour and 20 something minutes. Small mistake by Hex there. Bergwerk is a challenging corner. Very late apex. A bit uneven, quite some banking in the corner, but the banking stops when you're exiting corner, so you have better grip mid corner. Then you want to accelerate, really get good acceleration traction, but you don't have the banking anymore. The rear tire slips easily. You have to be quite careful, and there was a big moment for Hex riding on the grass, potentially also the barrier. Yeah, and unfortunately connection issues to some drivers. It doesn't run too smoothly. It does the job, but it's not nice to see sometimes. When drivers like here, I'm not sure if there was a real driving mistake or if that was just lag. We have Ike in the pit lane, so we jump there. Scheduled pit stop, we see no damage. And that will bring the gap to Sealy into the right perspective, as Sealy stopped one lap earlier. So now Ike is back on track. Yeah, and the 1 minute 43 that you see on top there, that's the true, the proper, the real gap. They're now back in sync with pit stops. King Rowan is 10 seconds behind. And I sincerely do hope that if he's able to use the pace that he has and give us a show that he's going to catch Ike for that position. Hex decided to finally pit. Drove a long time with damage, but now this time 15 liters, so there was a bit of fuel time, or a bit of a miscalculation. Maybe could have used a bit less fuel. Kurve. The first corner of the Nordschleife is named after the famous racer.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sabine died way too early. But it's great that the Nürburgring acknowledged what she achieved on track and for the sport with her own corner. And Piccadilly Racing, the team that she drove for so many years, won the 24 Hour of Nürburgring this year, and dedicated this win to her. Really beautiful story. The owner of Piccadilly Racing, by the way, is the husband of Sabine Schmitz, and he used to wear the same hat every time, and during the 24-hour weekend in the Nürburgring Museum there was a special showcase only about Sabine Schmitz, and her husband gave the museum his cap and used a different cap for the race, or for some time now. And as it was clear they're going to win, somewhere within the last hour of the race, he went away from the team, from the pit wall, from the radio, walked by foot to the museum, grabbed his original cap that was presented within that museum, exchanged that, and came back with his old original cap, and all worked out. They won the race, and he celebrated that with a cap. It was quite a nice story. Oh, that was very close looking Roan, like this way or that way. That was definitely a bit too late on the brake, and a bit later would have been in the grass, and then ultimately as well into the barrier. That's a bit of a shame for him, as he lost 1.5, maybe even 2 seconds there. That was the time that he made up on Icke. One is leaving carousel, the next one is entering it. Oh, that definitely was a mistake. You can't explain that to me with lag. Too quick into the carousel, and then he had to use the track above the banked area, which definitely is slower. So, yep, 2 cases at Bergwerk and at Carousel where I drove too quick into a corner, misjudged the braking point he needed to take. Well, only 2 incidents, but could be an indicator that Roan has a problem with staying focused at the moment. Which is only natural. You can't be 100% focused for 3 hours. You need to be focused at all times, but you can't be 100% focused. So sometimes you only have, like 70% in you, sometimes 80, 90, sometimes 100. And I think he's a bit in a dip right now. and yeah, not only having one mistake but two mistakes is an alarm shot for you, where you say, okay, now come on, focus, get yourself, bring yourself together, and bring it home. That was quite the exit. Could be lag, but it looks like it was a bit wide there. So let's play a game and see where Seli is. Already on the back straight. Now the Vidol chicane, part 1 and part 2. Braking for turn 13. And back on the Nordschleife, and here we have Icke in second position, not even on a GP loop. So in less than 2 hours, Seli has the whole GP layout advantage. Last lap, of course, a bit slower because it was the out lap. Roan with 8:17. That's better than the fastest lap of Icke. We see 19s and 18s. Despite the mistake, Roan was quicker. Sportmed 8:50, so lost a bit more time to Icke. Yeah, and Hex, unfortunately, again with damage. He was in the pits the lap before, but now has damage again. 4 minutes down. Lag saved him. Is that lag? Is that a disconnect? I really don't like that. Going back to Roan. For some reason, nothing is going to happen. King Rowan was in second position and quicker than Icke, so the gap stayed the same or closed only a little bit because Rowan had damage. And now Rowan is behind Icke, and it seems like that Icke can go a bit quicker, so nothing's going to materialize again. For some reason, I even have higher hopes on Sportmed to close the gap. But right now, the race feels rather dull.
it looks like there's a general effort, but at the same time, the lap times don't show the effort. We'll see what Sealy is driving. Those guys are miles away from that, and that is quite disappointing. Sorry, I can't find any positive to accommodate, but that's how I feel right now at the moment. I think I'll be back in a minute and get myself some water. See you then.
Hi chat, I'm back. So in the meantime, I see that the gap, sport mat and Roan stayed the same, but Roan lost ground to Ike. One moment, I have to switch the controller. Well, load the controller. And I'm going to Sealy, one moment, yeah, 150, and again damage, oh. Happy that I caught that. And that's quite early in the lap. When was the last time? 11, so 12 was the first, third, fourth, it was the fourth, yep, fourth lap anyway, so a pit stop would have happened anyway at the end of this lap, so yeah. Getting damage is obviously never great, but having only to drive half a lap with that, staying on your scheduled strategy could be worse. And yeah, things like that should be avoided then. A bit too hard into that corner. Curious to see what the gap is going to change. Right now it's 149 still, despite the mistake we saw. So it takes some time until that adapts. But can't be long until Ike should find many seconds actually and close the gap down. 11 seconds. Improvement, and we lost Mr. Hex and we're now 4 driver. Amazing. So, to give you my honest opinion, we are 8 cars anyway. If they appear less than 7, I wouldn't continue this anymore. This is a farce from the teams. We should have been 12. For some reason we are only 8. And currently right now we are only 4. And no offense to you, chat, but getting up on Sunday midnight to be now streaming for how long? For 6 hours, and it's going to be 1 more hour, so 7 hours straight for 10 people that are not even active in the chat. I don't have to do that. No offense to you. You don't have to ride. You don't have to be 100 people. But that's not really worth my time. So Slady is coming in this lap. It's lap 15, and usually we get 22 laps, so 7 laps more to go. So that really sounds like driving again 4 laps now and then 3 more laps. Get a bit more fuel in the tank to be safe. So it's pretty much 4-4 now. I explained it before in the stint before. In Gran Turismo, the timer hits 0. Unfortunately, we cannot see the timer. Only we have is the in-game timer in the bottom left corner, which is 2 hours 6 minutes and 3 seconds. And the overall racing distance of this stint is 3 hours. So it's 53 minutes 40 seconds. And as soon as this timer hits 0, nothing happens until the moment any car hits the checkered, the crossed line, starts a new lap. Then they will see the checkered flag, and they will count as finished race. So what happens then is an in-game timer that we unfortunately cannot see as well will run down. The maximum amount we can set is 3 minutes. So that means starting from that moment, 3 more minutes will run down. So and then we will finally have the end result. So that means technically we have 2, 3, 4 close together. There could be the first, or they could cross the line just like that, and then we wait 7 more minutes until Sally crosses the line, and then the timer starts in 10 minutes run over. So worst case is pretty much 10 minutes over the scheduled time of 3 hours. We're still racing. Obviously that's not ideal for the times for the schedule. Let's see, it's a bit early to say. We have 42 minutes. That's pretty much exactly 5 laps, I think. I know we have 52, not 42. 42 would be pretty much 5 laps. 52 would be 6 and a bit. Let's refresh that. Ike did a 8:16, that's his personal best. And the reason why he's increasing the gap, or can hold the gap. So nice to see that Ike improved. We saw a lot of 18s and 19s. Last lap, the 17 is also better. And now 16, a nice jump. $50 more minutes.
So, sorry, but this is really dull at the moment. Sally is dominating everything here. We gap of a minute after having to repair twice. To be fair, repairs were at convenient times. One lap before the scheduled pit stop and the second within the scheduled pit stop lap. So she's still on strategy. One accident happened really late and one in mid-track, so that could have been worse as well. Ike doing decent pace. Not a match for Sally, and it is somewhat close between him, Rowan, and Sportman, but unfortunately, pretty much all the time after the first 2 laps, they are spread out in a way that we don't have any on-track battles. What has to be said, Ike is doing exceptionally well, holding the car on track, not doing any mistakes. He had one mistake. I think he was under a lot of pressure, especially from Celia at the opening lap, where pretty much chaos was going on behind him, and there were not one but 2 drivers that wanted to make the overtake and take that position. So one mistake happened there. He spun, didn't damage the car, but lost all the positions, but he fought back, and since that moment he's driving without a big mistake. Grown, I think, had damage twice, decided to stay out with damage, continue with that damage, that resulted in slower lap times. And yeah, ultimately lost the position to Ike because of that, and I really did hope that he was able to get back to Ike, so we see a fight on track. That's not materializing at the moment. It's not mad. Yeah, similar pace, similar story to Rowan. Unfortunately, they're just too spread out. They're not that much spread out. If you look at the map, all 3 are within 30 seconds after more than 2 hours. That is really close, to be fair, but yeah. What else? What should I comment on? What should I comment on? We are having a 24-hour race with 12 teams, which is fine for Gran Turismo standards. And for several reasons, we're having only 4. It is a time trial, a 3-hour time trial we're watching here. Ike in a pit, sport mat with 1 more lap, and he will pit soon. He has to put 1 lap less of fuel into the car, so that will become somewhat in handy. So I do hope, for heaven's sake, let him be close to someone so we have something going on. The opening lap was interesting, maybe lap 2 as well, but then we've been starving for something for 2 hours here. So Ike at the end of lap 16 in the pit lane, so he has to do 17, 18, 19, 20, potentially 21, and then it's a bit of a question. I think he will have to do 22 as well, so I'm afraid for Ike and King Rowan, they have to do 1 more pit stop, because they will have 1 to 1.5 laps, potentially 2 laps still to go. It's all a bit vague depending on the timer, and with only 4 cars on track, that can be a long time here until a car
crosses the line. Then for Sport Med, he really has to hope that it's going to be 21 laps and the timer runs out really soon within the 22nd lap for him, because then he can save fuel. I think even if it's going to be 6 lap, he should save fuel so he doesn't have to do another 30-second pit stop time. If he has to do one more stop, like the others do, he's effectively in second position and only has to hold that gap. Let's switch on to Celie and see if she's on potential new personal best lap time. Only 2 tenths up, so there's a chance. Steilstrecke. Short straight and then hit your braking marker and bring all the momentum through the inside banked area of the carousel. Difficult to judge if that's a good lap or not. As you can see, the car is jumping around quite a bit. Get the next sector time in a moment. Here after hitting 2, yeah, she found 2 tenths, so we are in territory for a new fastest lap. Whoa! In that sector she found 4 tenths, so we're potentially in the region of 806. Come on. Second, Pflanzgarten. Stefan Belloff, she held that time, maybe lost a fraction there, nothing too big. Schwalbenschwanz. Over the curb, took a lot of momentum through there, now kleines Karussell. The exit is important. That looked clean, but that doesn't have to say anything with that leg, unfortunately. Galgenkorb, a very important corner because you want to keep all the momentum. That looked like she took everything the straight had to offer. Found a bit of time, almost 5 tenths. This sector is only a straight on the Dottinghöhe, so it's pretty consistent. Marsha Pose 195 on the side. Under the Bilstein Bridge, lost time, only 3 tenths, but if she holds it together, there's still the possibility of an 806. Come on, Celie, you can do it. Braking zone, and she got too deep. Ah, that lost time. I think she lost it. She was too late on the brakes, and the corner combination didn't work out, and it is an 808.1, still a really strong lap time and miles ahead of the others, but unfortunately, yeah, she threw away that potential lap time in the last braking zone there. Good thing is, there can always be the next attempt.
but the start isn't too great. Going to P2 Sport Mag. It's 5 laps plus X. It must be a bit of lag, otherwise that car shouldn't have turned on the grass there and would have ended up in the wall. And I think put 5 laps into that car, potentially fuel save a bit, and you can go to the end. And the others have to pit one more time. I think Ike lost 4 or 5 seconds this lap. We'll take the pit entry and then we'll switch back to Ike. And make up some ground, so I think, yeah, 0 fuel, Sportman had to save something. No damage for Ike. King Rowan 8 seconds behind. Nice to see that Rowan got a bit closer. .851 for the outlap. And they both go past Sportmat. Yeah, and if you look at the strategy, we have a huge difference. Sportmat is going to the end, while King Rowan and Ike have to visit the pit one more time. Big issue is, I think, because Rowan and Ike just need fuel for 1, maybe 1.5 laps. Their pit stop will be around 30 seconds, 35. So the difference from Sportman to Ike is already 30 seconds. Plus potential fuel saving. I don't know. I'm happy that we have something to think about now, how the strategy will play out. That we have something interesting going on finally in that race. Yeah, to sell you that race at best, we have around half an hour to go, and 3/4 of all positions are not clear in which order they come in, so 70% of the... No way. Are you effing kidding me? Is that rain what I see? Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention please? We have rain. We have effing rain. It took us a whole 24-hour race 1 week earlier. And what is it? 15 hours it feels like in this one. But we have finally rain. We have finally rain. I can't believe it. We have rain. Please, someone have the weather map. Now we only see the track map, unfortunately. We have rain. That most likely completely destroys what I was hoping for with the strategy, unless, yeah, also soft tires. Maybe it brings something, a curveball into here. We have rain! And we see at the Porsche windshield wiper is still active, so I guess it's still raining. If you look at the moisture indicator, it is completely empty. So I do hope that that's going to change. But please don't let that be it. Please don't let that be it.
Oh, comfy. I'm not sure if I'm in the mood to have a conversation, to be honest. That weather perfectly sums up the mood. Hey, comfy.
Oh, wait a moment, I have muted. Okay, now I should hear you.
Yeah, okay. I hope you had a good night. Small recap. We were 8 drivers in the lobby before that, and then we had 2 disconnects within a minute. It was really weird, and then we finished the race with 6. And for this stint, we started with 6 because one driver joined 3 or 4 minutes after the time. We waited for them. It was King Roan, and both Don drivers were nowhere. I don't know what happened there. So we started with 6, and then we had 2 rage quits, 2 disconnects. I don't know. Definitely 4 drivers now at the moment. Yeah, that's the situation.
Wow, that's very unfortunate. I hope the situation with Don does improve, because otherwise, you asked if we could cancel the event if so little drivers are appearing, and I'm honestly saying I would agree if it would only been stint 2 or 3, but we only have two more stints to go, so I don't know. It seems to be a bit. All the work would have been crushed within all that. That would be also for those drivers who are consistent, who are dependable. It would be, yeah, it would be unfair for them. I really hope that the UN can join the next stint, because this is not a situation we want with 6 drivers.
Yeah, what I think is that the typical late night, early morning thing happens, that someone forget to note down when they have to be here and just forget, or didn't set an alarm or anything. And the other driver, if that is correct, was Ku, and Ku was driving horrible, to be completely honest. Had mistakes left, right, and center after 2.5 hours, and I think the concentration was just gone. And he said, "Okay, I cannot simply drive anymore," and I didn't found any reserve.
Yeah, it's always difficult to find a reserve in such a short time. If I look at the track conditions, they look a bit different compared where you are on track, because Jelly is on the GP circuit and it's bone dry there. And if you look at ICAP, Rowan, and Sportmass, the track conditions are, yeah, it's still dry, but you can see that the rain on the ground is about 10%, or now sinking to 5. So it was a local rain shower.
Yep, very local. Yeah, unfortunately, it is just a brief shower and not enough to even think about changing. We don't have to track the weather radar, so we don't know what's coming. If there's something coming, if there's nothing coming. But right at the moment, there's nothing going on, and I would have thought that if there's more rain to come, maybe one driver would have gambled to already go on intermediate tires, maybe lose some time early, but when the heavy rain comes, they will be on the right tires. I'm afraid that's pretty much what we saw from the rain.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate because I thought it would rain a bit more on the Nürburgring circuit because it's known to have unpredictable weather.
Yep,
We,
that's quite right. I was attending the real life Nürburgring race, and it was completely dry, and they highlighted it. It was the first completely dry race in, I don't know, three decades or so. That's how unlikely that is.
wow. And it seems we have had these circumstances at the moment at least 2 times.
Yeah, it was just a short show, but it seems it's over already.
Yeah, especially considering that in Le Mans it was much rainier, and we had some showers in Le Mans in a few stints. Sure, they were mostly brief, but they were there. But I think it's more likely to have a dry Le Mans race instead of a dry 24 hours of Nürburgring.
Yeah, agree. Yep.
It's
Uh,
more
uh,
likely that a hailstorm hits the Nürburgring GP than a completely dry race.
yeah, Le Mans, unfortunately, I wasn't able to drive, but it looked quite fun and interesting. And yeah, that was what I hoped for here. Yeah, maybe we still have some stints. Maybe something happens in the latter stints.
Yeah, I will stream Stint 6 and then I will probably host Stint 7 because I think from the hosts we have decided nobody will be able to include Masma in the mix because for some reason Masma can't join German lobbies.
That's quite odd.
Yeah, it's quite odd because I'm living in the same house and I don't have these problems at all.
Is it really a problem that occurs only with the account? So could you use the PlayStation of Masma and vice versa, and the problems would still be there?
No, it's his internet or his provider, I I believe, because again, if I'm using the internet here in the in the first floor, I can join no problem. Masma can join no problem. Uh, Megael can join no problem. But once we try to set it up here
Mm.
on the floor, then we have problems with every account. Because for some reason NAT type isn't detected properly when you are going into the lobby menu.
Okay, that's weird. I had never problems with NAT type. It was always also in sport NAT type 2. Only when I had this internet connection and I was connected with my mobile phone over PlayStation to give the internet there, then it was not Type 3, and then I wasn't able to join any lobbies. Not region locked strict. I wasn't able to join any lobbies.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. But yeah, I told my dad that he should switch the provider to what I have. But I don't think he wants to do that because it's a bit cheaper. And unfortunately, I can't buy a 100-meter LAN cable and connect the PlayStation to my network because I don't think that we would have the problems then. It's definitely not the console because I had the console up there on my
Mm.
net, and it works fine. I also have his old PS4 now. It works fine on the internet.
Oh,
Oh, Jelly with a
Celine.
little mistake.
Yeah, luckily no damage. Somehow that looked quite high speed.
yeah, I was able to slow it down properly before impact.
Sealy is doing a good job. I think 3 times off the track, at least what I saw, and every time it was really close to the pit window anyway. So damage was twice there, but it was never a huge factor because it was half a lap or less to go until the pit window, and then repairs can be made anyway.
Yeah, I guess he will now pit and go for 3 more laps. And if you look at the others, Ike also needs to pit in this lap. Then King Rowan, I think he also needs to pit in the next few laps unless he wants to save a lot of fuel, but I don't think he will come to. I don't think he will come a further distance than
Yeah,
with what he has.
agree.
And Sportmat, he can drive through.
Yeah. King Rowan saved a lot of fuel during the race already, so potentially one more lap, but definitely not to the end. So I don't think it's wise to lose time saving fuel when you have to pit anyway. It's better to come in now, push it everything you have, and stand there maybe for 1 second longer to refuel rather than lose 3 seconds saving that same fuel.
Yeah, of course, it depends on the pit stop delta time and how much you refuel. Because the pit stop delta time is 25 seconds or so. Then, if you change tires, you lose another 5 seconds, and for refueling, you lose another, yeah, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 seconds, how much you refuel. And in the end, the time loss will be about, yeah, I don't know, 40 seconds, maybe
Ike
35.
picked up damage. Front and one tire is damaged. Yeah, luckily for him, the pit is very near. He's not going to lose too much time. The windshield wiper is still active, but there's no indicator on screen that it's actually wet.
Yeah, also though the rain barometer says it is completely dry. So maybe the windscreen wiper is just activated or it only has a few raindrops, a few very little. But Ika needs to pit in this lap anyway, so the damage he picked up will at least be repaired quite soon.
Yeah, King Rowan has a lot of more fuel saved, so I guess maybe 3 or 4 seconds at best he will stand less in the pit lane.
Well, yeah, if he goes to the pit lane.
Exiting last corner now. Yeah, and he stays out for one more lap. Not sure if that's the right call. Interesting to see. I think Sportmat will come out ahead of Ike, but has definitely much more worn tires. So Ike has the opportunity to fight back and get that position from him. He's refueling quite a lot.
Yeah, for 3 laps.
If we compare that to Sportmat, I would say he has around 60 to 75. That's quite a difference.
That's true, but the Lexus is a car that is very efficient on fuel. You can stay out with it pretty long, and I don't think it's a difficult task to only use 20 liters a lap with this car.
So I'm staying on Sportmat so we can supervise the gap to King Rowan and to Ike at the same time. It's around 15 seconds each.
I've watched Masma driving in Stint 2, and he was driving 6-lap stints with the tires not really degrading that much. And he tried to be safe. He wasn't the fastest, but he did little mistakes.
6 laps.
Yes.
Okay, that's impressive. I was struggling to get to 5. Shouldn't have done that, honestly. 5 was worse for me. Should have done 4. It would have been quicker probably with my car. But I was struggling to get even to 5. But 6 is mad.
Yeah, last week I was able to drive some 6-lap stints as well without losing that much time. I just wasn't comfortable to push for 5 laps because the car was such a difficult one to drive, especially over bumps. So I thought, yeah, I go a bit slower, save a bit of fuel, and I have to pit once less.
Yeah, and that's what it is all about in the end, bringing the car home.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just wondering a bit, how could that happen with Don, that they don't have any drivers ready for this stint? I'm just a bit puzzled a bit. I'm just a bit puzzled because of that. Because I would expect one driver maybe to not be ready, but 2 at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spoken with anyone about that yet. I think that one driver simply wasn't ready, and I don't know. I believe that Ku said that he cannot drive a second stint. He was driving stint 3 and no 4, and should have driven stint 5 as well. And I feel like he was completely empty, had nothing left to give. So he said, before I drive and ruin everything, I better not drive at all.
So he was supposed to drive stint 3, stint 4, and stint 5, or stint 4 and 5.
At least 4 and 5. I'm not sure about the other stints.
Yeah, it's completely understandable that he doesn't want to drive another 3-hour stint with a half-hour break. I wouldn't do that as well unless completely out of options.
Yeah, especially here, you need the concentration to be high at every level. You only have the Döttinger Höhe to really relax for a moment. A track like Le Mans is much more forgiving in that case, where the first 2 minutes you're basically just going straight and having a few braking zones. That's much more easier to reset, to give you a breather, and then focus for the corners. But here, yeah, it's permanent that you need to be focused.
Yeah, the circuit needs full attention. That's why I was quite impressed with P0, because he drove 2 stints in a row as well. Because he was out, because Don was out of options, and I think P0 did a really good job driving for 5.5 hours in a row without making that many mistakes and still being competitive. I think he was in P2 or something in stint 3 before the lobby crashed.
That's very decent. That's more than decent. Yeah, funnily enough, last week I did 2 stints with 1 stint break in between, and I felt like 2.5 hours I was finally warm and in rhythm. I don't know, I wasn't happy with my driving for 2 hours, and in the last hour it finally clicked, and I felt, yeah, okay, this is now better, and I felt like, okay, yeah, now I can continue for another 3, because now finally it works.
And then the stint was shortened to 2 hours.
Yep. In hindsight, with the strategy, King Rowan has damage. Would have been better to have 3 for me, I guess. But it is what it is. Rowan damaged only his wheel, nothing else, so that's quite unique. Don't see that too often. Doesn't help his chances to hold that second place.
To be fair, wheel damage or damper damage is not really an issue. You will lose very little of time, but you don't really have a top speed disadvantage. I think the main problem would be if you are on controller. I don't know if a King Rowan is on controller, but with a wheel, damper damage is very manageable.
Yeah, I think there was stint 4. There was a similar situation, and you could really see who was on controller and who's on the steering wheel, because it was very on and off movement like, whilst the wheel is a lot more smoother.
Yes, that's true. You can see the difference between wheel and controller, especially when there is damage. Because most control drives will then have just very brief counter steering. Okay, King Rowan now goes into the pits. I think he will do the same strategy as GT Ike and refuel for 50 liters and then go for 2 more laps.
Yep.
I think all drivers will be able to go into lap 22, which is quite an achievement. I'm not sure if we had the same situation in stint 3.
I don't think we had. I looked into the gaps. No, stint 3 had the disconnect, didn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. But the pace was generally not too good, so I don't think they would have made 22 laps.
Yeah. No, this group, the quality, the pace is much more better. If you would want to watch a replay of the stint 4, you see a bit of a different picture. I was quite happy that that stint was done, to be honest.
Mm. Yeah, unfortunately, I was completely roasted in stint 3. I was not fit at all, and the 20 plus hours I was up at that point really catched up to me. So I nearly fell asleep during the stint, and then the disconnect happened. Then at least I had a job to do with collecting the gaps.
Yeah, was the first stint was okay for me too, and then for the second I felt okay. I'm getting tired. I made myself 2 cups of tea, a lot of sugar, and that helped stay awake.
Yeah, I wish that would help me, but it won't. Energy drinks and also other sugar drinks are completely useless on me.
Oh, King Rowan has a time penalty of a full second, so
Yeah,
maybe Schumacher S plus the chicane at the end of the GP layout.
I think he only collected it in the Vettel chicane because he had no penalty before there.
Okay.
He just got 1 penalty, and Ike is slow. Ah, okay, maybe not, but oh, interesting, King Rowan hasn't changed tires.
I'm not sure if this is going to pay off, because Ike's tires are a lot fresher, and he will barely get to the end, and I think saving tires around 5 seconds is the time loss. That's the time loss he will have in the next lap alone.
That's possible, but I don't think the tires are that bad at the moment. I think you can go to the end with them. And when I was doing the 6 lap stints, the lap times didn't drop that much with the tires like that. So it's possible that he saves time, but he needs to be very careful with the car. Also, I'm looking a bit at the livery, especially at the rear, and I see 2 turbo decals over the rear lights, and I'm offended.
I have to look at that again. I didn't caught that.
I'm
Ah,
offended
yeah.
because the 911 doesn't have a turbo.
Yep. I think he paid the price for that now.
But that was a cool save.
A lot of tire smoke as well. I think when I go back in the replay, I make photos of that. That looked good.
Yeah, that's something you can clip, and I think concentration now is a bit gone for King Rowan, but he still manages to keep the car out of the wall.
Barely. Somehow he only lost like 2 seconds to Ike while doing all this.
Jelly now has a damage front bumper and left rear damper. But I don't think it will be wise to go into the pits now, because you will lose just much more time.
Yeah, it is 1 more lap. And as I said, the pit delta is at least 20 seconds, if not more. The repairs take some time. And she maybe will lose 10-15 seconds, but that will be still quicker than repairing everything and taking 20-25 seconds.
Well, do you want to hear something positive?
Yeah. Go away.
All drivers are within 2 minutes of a gap. That means they will all finish in time. They will all do lap 22. They will all finish lap 22, and they will all come over the line where we can extract the gaps from them.
They are all within 2 minutes so far. There's still a lap to go.
Please don't remind me of that Homer meme.
You missed my absolute jinxing powers. I became godlike in Stint 4. I was trying to create some tension and I said, okay, now we go on board with the driver behind our player, and that driver is going to overtake our player this lap. And that driver hit the gravel or something, damaged the car. And that happened not once, not twice, but at least 4 or 5 times. And I've jinxed everything. And our player held the position all the time because he stayed on track, and everyone behind him was crashing when we're about overtaking him. I jinxed it every time.
Wow. Yeah, sometimes it can happen, and it also happened to me in the previous stints and in the first race as well. Sometimes it's just a commentator's curse. You don't really wish them to have anything bad happen, but exactly at that moment anything bad happens. Let's see how much time King Rowan will lose because of the penalty. He will brake for 1 second. I believe he will lose about 2.5 seconds over the whole distance of the Döttinger Höhe.
Yep, I guess that's a fair estimate. And then he's having 8 to 9 seconds gap to Icke, so that makes it really difficult to make something happen here out of his own power. If Icke doesn't do anything big mistake, he definitely is in P3. It's going to be the question, is the fuel enough for a Sportman with the Lexus? Tires look okay.
Yeah, that's way enough fuel. Should be no problem. GT Icke is also very good on fuel, and King Rowan will also make it. I don't think that fuel is a big factor in this last lap.
So last minute of the actual 3 hours, and as Conte explained before, we will drive the full lap before the very first car, in this case it is the first place car, hits the checkered flag, and then a time of 3 minutes will start. And so far everyone is within that 3 minutes, so we will see everyone crossing the finish line. Three hours are up.
Do you maybe know what gaps well in Stint 4 what gaps Weltman and SGT had? Spider GT?
Is that not in a document? Or is that the estimated times?
Yeah, sure, it's a bit it's estimated, that's okay, but probably if you don't have the gaps, it's I think it's okay. It's just a quick result, but I always try to also enter the lap time and the gap to the leader if possible, so that we have a bit more exact calculation. But
Okay,
it is what it is. Just curious now for Stint 5 about the disconnects. We had 2 disconnects, you said, all happening within a few seconds.
Yeah, they were really close. Oh, hello, Italian Jesus, Confi, you're being greeted. They were around three-quarter hour into the race, 45 minutes, and Paul was leading by around 40-45 seconds in this. What was it then? Lap 5. And the other car must have been around 2 minutes behind. Why only 4 cars? Because some teams couldn't reach their drivers. And then we have had also 2 disconnects, so we're running on 4 cars for now. Looking behind what's going on, P2, 3 and 4. And commentator's curse strikes again Sportsman in that exact moment into the barrier by his miss. And now Icke looking strong to get that second position. Sportman's car. I can only curse so much, but yeah, Sportman a lot of damage. He will be very slow on the back straight at Höhe, and Icke can only ruin it now for himself. I wouldn't risk it here or the next straight. Play it safe. Kesselchen and Klostertal, everything flat out. But then Mutkurve is a corner where only one car can go through at a time. And Icke stays behind for here, which is the smarter idea. Carousel one last time.
When did the drivers in this stint have a disconnect?
Both in lap 5, and I think Paul was, or I think it was around Bergwerk. Oh no, Sportmate off again. Now that solved itself. So pretty much half the lap, pretty much exactly. And when the other car was 2 minutes behind, there was around 3 minutes. That was Fuchsröhre Adenauer Forst, so 35% of the lap.
Okay, Jelly now over the line. Then we look at GT Icke. Or I look at GT Icke. Yeah, I'll try to collect the gaps while we're at it.
Yep. Icke at the moment 135 behind. 36. Somewhere around that ballpark. Sportmat will lose some time on the straight thanks to the damage. Yeah, the difference in top speed is around 15 kilometers between those cars at the moment. Quite a lot. Last braking zone. 2 corners left. And Icke comes over the line with a gap of 1 minute 35. Yes, 1:35. And Sportmat with 1 minute 40. Jump to 40. Sportmat 1 minute 40. And then we have King Roan. Bring the car home. With 2 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah, we can get the results from the result screen, I guess.
I have them in the screen.
Yeah, for you it will be more correct. But I think for the gaps, my screen will be just enough. Let's look. Yeah, for me at least the gaps look the same. I only think the fastest laps are different.
Okay.
Okay, I'm closing this stream as Confi will take over. And then we're back online very soon.
Yeah, see ya.